Hello everyone and welcome to the very first live stream of London Street Photography Festival. To be honest, we hope this is the only live stream we have to do of London Street Photography Festival, because we should be live at Stour Space down in Hackney Wick, of course, if you've joined us before, but because of modern restrictions, we've had to do it in this glorious studio that we have to admit isn't in London. That would probably be very expensive. We've managed to snag a studio here at DRPG, 212 Studios, just outside of Kidderminster in rural Worcestershire. So, to my right here is Dmitry. You might be familiar with him. He's been organising this festival for 4 years. This is the fourth year.
The fourth edition, yes.
This is the fourth edition. We're not even 5 years old and we've got a studio that looks like it's ready for the BBC. But anyway, so I guess we'll go straight into it.
Yeah, and we are very excited to announce that the very first talk today would be by a wonderful photographer all the way from Australia. So please welcome Julia Coddington, who is going to speak about her photography and also about women in street.
So, Julia, can we hear you? Here you are.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Julia.
Hello.
Thanks for joining us.
And thank you very much for asking me to join you. And
did you get
hello
yourself
to everybody from whoever's watching from around
the world, hopefully. We've expanded our audience from live London to international, so hopefully we've got a lot of people joining in right now. So did you manage to get that G&T? I know it's just past noon here, but it's
G&T.
G&T o'clock in Australia. Brilliant.
Well, it's actually my bedtime now.
Oh, is it? We're that late.
Yeah. See how it goes.
Yeah, see how it goes. I'm sure we can keep you up and active. So if we hand it over to you then, Julia, and look forward to hearing your story.
Okay. Well, once again, thanks to the LSPF team, to Dmitry and Mary and Sarah and Joe for inviting me to speak. And I was actually supposed to be in London now. Jerry, my partner Jerry, and I were going to be traveling from June this year. and we were going to spend 6 months away traveling, but now we're stuck at home. But however, we have just bought a camper van, so we plan to explore the nether regions of New South Wales, which is as far as we can go right now. So as Dmitry said, tonight I'm going to talk a little bit about my work, and then also about my involvement with women in street photography. I don't know if you know, I live in Australia and live in New South Wales, just south of Sydney, in a little tiny village on the south coast of New South Wales. And the village that we live in has about 2,000 people or so. So it's very small, and we live in amongst the trees and the bush, and we're very close to the beach. So we're very, very fortunate that we live in a beautiful place in the world. So it's not so hard for us to be locked down, fortunately. So I've been a street photographer for, I can't really say how long. I've always been interested in taking photos of people in the street. I guess when I got my first iPhone in the late 2000s, and then Jerry and I started traveling in around 2010. And in 2012, we're in Vienna, and we saw an exhibition by Elliot Erwitt, and that sort of got us both really interested and keen in street photography, and it kind of took off from there. So in a sense, I'm a self-taught photographer. I've done various courses, street photography courses and photojournalist course. And I'm also partnered with someone, Jerry Orkin, who has been a photographer for a long time. And so I've learned a lot from him as well. I'm just briefly, I'm a member of the Little Box Collective and also an admin and curator of Women in Street, an international community of women street photographers, and the co-founder, along with Rebecca Wiltshire, of the Unexposed Collective. So I'll just start talking a little bit about my work. So I'll share, can you see my screen now? I'll just hit the play button. Okay. So my work is, my style, like everyone's, has been developed over time, and I've been influenced by all sorts of things. You know, as photographers, we're influenced by our personality, by our cultures, by our gender, our environment, and also by our fellow photographers and our mentors. And my mentors, I guess, are, I mean, Jerry in a way is kind of a mentor, but also Vinit, my good friend Vinit Vohra, and Maciej Dakowicz. I have a design background, and I've always been a very visual person. I have a little bit of difficulty expressing myself, writing, and articulating how I'm feeling, but I can express myself through my images, and I think that's probably similar for a lot of people. I've always had an interest in photography, and I used to marvel at my dad's old Canon and took lots of snaps of my family and friends with my Polaroid and my little Kodak cameras. And I bought my first serious camera in 1984, an OM10, when we went to live in Indonesia for a year or so, and then we did some traveling. But then I had a bunch of kids, and I kind of got distracted for quite a while. And then in late in the 2000s, I met Jerry, and we got back into photography. We both got back into photography again. And then as I said, I've done some workshops with Maciej Duckowitz and Dmitry Brouwer over the years. So I mentioned before that my work is inspired by the environments in which I work. And for me, being in Australia, we have beautiful light and beautiful blue skies here. And so a lot of my early work, which I'll show you first, is influenced a lot by that, with blue skies being really prominent. So, and in capturing movement and gestures. But more and more I've wanted to build complexity into my images through layering and playing with perspective. The other advantage I have that I talk about a lot actually when I give these talks is using my invisibility. So there are all sorts of disadvantages being a middle-aged woman who's quite small, but one of the advantages that I do have is that I can be invisible and I'm not seen as being a threat to anybody, and I can really blend in to the crowd, and it means that I can get quite close to people, which is possible to do at the pool. I've got a pool project that I'll talk to you about in a little while, but I use my invisibility to sort of blend in, and it also helps me actually to get into the zone. The other thing that about my style is that I shoot wide and very close, using an 18mm 28mm equivalent lens or a 24mm equivalent lens, but of course that's really difficult right now to get really close to people, so I've actually been using the 23mm equivalent on my Fuji, which is 35. I've been using the 23, which is the 35mm equivalent, which is really weird for me, but it's just sort of, we have to experiment at these times, so that's what I'm doing. Okay, so I'll just run through some of my earlier work. So this is at Bondi Beach, and as I said, in my earlier work I used the blue sky a lot and was really attracted to colours and movement. This is in Sydney at the Opera House. Jerry and I go to Sydney, or we were going to Sydney quite a lot to go shooting. This is again at Bondi Beach at the Kite Festival, one I took quite a long time ago now, back at the Opera House, capturing birds in flight. Again, more blue skies and colour. And this was at the Wuthering Heights gathering a few years ago. I went with Linda McLean, my friend Linda. Again at the Opera House. A lot of what I like to do is use foreground elements, and I just saw this flyer. They'd just come out of performance at the Opera House, and I saw that flyer and then zoned in right on that and happened to get there's a bit of a juxtaposition with the people coming down behind. And then in Australia, as I was saying, we have really beautiful light, and a lot of Australian street photographers use that light, particularly in Sydney. This is in the Pitt Street Mall, so I go there quite often. It's in Sydney. I go there quite often and meet up with my friend Linda, and Jerry sometimes comes as well, and we hang around there. And in the past, obviously, I could get really close to people. This is with a 18mm lens. This again is in the Pitt Street Mall, getting really close, so I can virtually kind of stand right in front of people and pretend that I'm taking a photo of something above them and look beyond them. These people, this is the Pitt Street Mall again. They're watching a performance, so they're completely distracted. And this woman just came out into the mall. She was all dressed up. It was just amazing. She looked incredible, like something surreal. And she came sort of walking out quite fast, and then she stopped and looked at something, and I just caught her as she did that. This is at Mardi Gras in Sydney. Again, using this man in the shadow as the foreground element. Mardi Gras again. And I was talking about trying to capture sort of emotion and gestures. A lot of photography that you see where people are exposing for the highlights becomes really boring after a while. It's just people sort of walking into the sun. And if you stripped back that beautiful light, it would be a really boring picture. So I try as much as possible to get people gesturing or get some sort of emotion in the photos. And I was just right behind this woman as she sort of almost kind of flew over the step. And I love this photo as the shadow is kind of floating on the road. One of the places that I really love to go to in Sydney is there's an outdoor gym at Bondi Beach, and it's perfect because it's you have this blue sky as the sort of the background, and it's really good so it's fun to play with layering there. So this is from that from the gym. Again, these next few images are all from that Bondi outdoor gym. And the other thing is, on a good day, you get really strong shadows at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And as I said, I like to sort of get really close and play with perspective. Likewise here. And the other thing I'm trying to do more and more of is actually trying to get capture myself in the scene itself. So getting sort of in as close as I can and trying to become part of that scene almost. I love this photo. It's a bit of a messy photo, but I love her black fingernail. And this is an example of how you can play with the layering at that gym. Again, this was with the 24mm lens, which I just use hyperfocal. I shoot fully manually, and so I set my focal distance on the 16mm lens less than 1 meter. So it means that you can get pretty much everything in focus using I think I was using f/16. This is right underneath those people. They were sort of, this was easier to get close to them. That's the other thing about this gym, is because they're really into their bodies, so they actually don't mind you taking photos of them. again, playing with perspective. Likewise, this one. This was taken close by, actually. There's a lookout close to where we live, and you get a lot of skydivers there, and it's fun to kind of hang out. There's also a Hindu temple close by, so you get the women with saris sort of floating in the wind. I haven't got a really good photo there of that yet, but hopefully once this COVID situation's over, people will come back. So the other thing that Jerry and I have been fortunate to do is travel, partly because our kids have grown up and we have some freedom now to do that. And the other thing is that I've been able to travel with some friends. So this photo is from Tokyo, when I went last year with Linda McLean and Rebecca and Christian Klaus, and we did a workshop there with Meg Hewitt, who's an Australian photographer who does annual photography workshops in Tokyo, and that I can highly recommend them. They're really great. Anyway, one of the exercises was to go up and talk to people and take their photos, which we did. This, however, was not that situation. When I was there, I played around a lot with flash, getting up as close as possible to people, and you could do that in Tokyo because it's so crowded in some particular areas. Again, this is in Tokyo. This is in Milan in 2018 when we were there for the Milan Street Photography Festival. This was last year in London when we were in London. This was actually when we were out shooting with Bohan. I think he has a shot with this same poster in it. And then this is at the Hackney Carnival with Polly and Becky. Polly's got some great shots from here as well. As you can imagine, I'm really suffering at the moment because I can't get up close to people. It's just driving me a little bit nutty, and I've spoken with other photographers who like to get up close as well, and they're really struggling. And then, of course, the other place we love to go is to India, and we've developed a lot of good friends in India. And so we're trying to go there regularly now. So every year we're supposed to be there in October this year. But alas, it's not going to happen. This was back in 2017 in Varanasi. This was, I just love the cows and the dogs. You can get some great dog photos, as you've seen a lot of great dog photos from India. This was in Jodhpur last year. This was in Kolkata in 2017 on a Maciej Darkwitz workshop. And Kolkata is it's one of our favorite places in India to shoot. Can highly recommend going to to Kolkata. This is also in Kolkata. This is the day that I met Debrani. If you're listening, Debrani, remember that. This was in Delhi with Faneet at the Thieves Market, which I think is closed down now, unfortunately. So I was talking before about trying to build more complexity into my images, and this is an image taken in Varanasi last year, and I was just trying to fill the frame with as many faces as I could using the 16mm lens on the Fuji. And this is a similar type of thing, just trying to get as many faces in as I can. I love this photo because there are so many kind of stories going on here, particularly this. It looks like this couple off the back are looking lovingly at each other. I'm not sure if that was actually the case. Again, trying to fill the frame with as many faces, in this case, the chickens at the pet market in Kolkata. If you're ever in, excuse me, if you're ever in Kolkata, you have to go to the pet market. It's one of the best places. I mean, the flower market is great, but the pet market is even better. Can't remember. I think this was in Delhi, maybe. Back at the pet market, you can get some really beautiful light there around sort of 11 o'clock in the morning. And this was we did a little group workshop with Vineet last year. I can't remember the name of this this river. It's on the way to Agra, and they all wear green gloves while they wash. And I think this is a favorite place of Vineet's to stop and photograph. This is in Kolkata again, in the Blue Jeans Alley. And I love the connections here with the hands and the flow in this image. In Delhi, again, back in Delhi. And then I think it was the year before last, I went to the Pushkar Camel Fair, and I went with Debrani and Raj and Sam and Deb and Dip, and we had a fantastic time there for about 5 days. And when you go to the camel fair, if you ever have the opportunity to go, it's overrun with photographers and cameras, and it's a little bit overwhelming. And everyone wants to go there to take photos of the camels, and you get groups of photographers just kind of huddling around in one group with their huge long lenses, taking a photo of a poor camel or a camel herder. Anyway, so in order to get away from those crowds, we headed over to where the horses are, and they have a lot of beautiful sort of tents and fabrics there, and there's a lot, because there's really good light in Pushkar, it's possible to play around with shadows there. Anyway, if you happen to go to the Pushkar Camel Fair, don't photograph the camels, go straight to the horses. But here are some shadows of camels. I think Debashi has a very similar photo to this. We were photographing this together. Okay, now we're in Jaisalmer, and Linda and I, along with my son Oliver, went to Jaisalmer, which is way out in Rajasthan, on the edge of Rajasthan, near the Pakistani border. And so it's a weird place because there are all these jets, fighter jets going over. But the other thing about the place, sort of, you're on the frontier, and so there's kind of this frontier town like feel to the place, but it also has these really blue skies. So of course I just went a bit nuts and took a lot of photos there. It was fantastic. And you get kite flyers there at lower levels because the buildings are a lot lower down. And they have a really fantastic little market with where the nomadic desert people come in to do their shopping at the fruit and veggie market there. So it's really colourful. It's really intimate. It's quite easy to get up close to people. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. And this is in Varanasi. Vineet and I did a workshop with some Australian women last year. And so Vineet's just over here on the right-hand side, and I'm down sort of right underneath this man taking this photo. He's great to hang around with, Vineet, because he's really inspirational. Okay, so now I'm just going to talk about my pool project, which is I have a couple of little kind of projects on the boil, but this is my main project. And the reason it's my main project is because it's very convenient, because it's just down the hill from where I live. It's like 15 minutes walk or a minute or less in the car. So I go down there to the pool as often as I can. Actually, I walk down to the pool every day, or walk down to that beach every day with my dogs. So this image again is a classic example of playing with perspective. This was on New Year's Day a couple of years ago when it was absolutely packed. It was a beautiful day. This last year we had, on New Year's Day, it was thick with smoke, and so it wasn't like this. And this is the pool, believe it or not. This is what it looks like most of the time, except in the summer. On a sunny weekend, a hot sunny summer's weekend, it's packed with people. And I'll just go back here. So there are lots of little, even though it's a small place, there are lots of little kind of microcosms and little spots that I like to hang around in. And this is a photo that Jerry took of me in one of my favorite spots, which is the wall, just at the end of the day when the sun is getting low. This is one of my first images taken quite a while ago now, when I first started doing the project, and it was taken with an Olympus camera, so the colouring is quite different to some of the photos that you see of mine from the pool. But I love this photo because it's got all the layers going on, and separation, and I love the fleshiness and the baby's bottom and the guy standing up the back looking out to sea, and then this kid just looking around. So this is what got me really inspired to do more down there. So on a busy summer's weekend, we get a lot of people coming from Sydney, and so you get a lot of different cultures coming down. So I often describe it as like a cultural melting pot. The other thing about the pool is that it's got that central concrete area. So again, it's really good to play around with layering and separation, and this is sort of a classic example of that. These two kids. So I go down there regularly, the locals all know me now, and these two kids on the right, I've kind of watched them grow up over the years. this is, again, one of my earlier photos down there in that sort of central area. This is in the winter. And you get, at the moment, it looks a little bit different because they've put a fence up behind where those kids are sitting. So it's kind of changed it a little bit. The kids used to love sitting there and waiting for the waves to sort of wash them over. This is the wall, one of my favorite spots, because you can kind of get some weird looking photos there. So when I take photos down there, I pretend that I'm taking sort of photos of the reflections in the water and shadows on the walls. And if people ask me what I'm doing, I'll just say I'm taking, I really like the way the shadow is looking, and then I really like the way that your legs are on there. So I'm very kind of upfront with people. They just think I'm weird anyway. This, I was right below this woman's feet, and I was just sitting there and I was listening to them as they were talking away, and she was waving her hands around, and I just waited and waited and waited, and I finally got this shot. I've got actually a sort of a series of shots leading up to this one. The wall again. And so I've been trying to do more of these sorts of photos, kind of get it up really close. I'll just speed up because I'm going to be running out of time. I'm also really fascinated by all the toys that people bring to the beach. This Barbie's been around quite a bit. Some dolls. These last few photos were taken during COVID, and people are still going down to the pool, but it's just a really quiet, and also it's winter as well, so it's really quiet and peaceful. And I often go down there to sort of, just if I get a little bit anxious, just go down there and relax, just look out to sea, look into the water in the pool. This is one of the regular swimmers. And then I took this one, probably about 2 weeks ago. There was a pile of sand on the beach, and the kids, the local school is right next to the beach, and the kids all came out from school. They saw the pile of sand and they just went for it. And fortunately, I was there with the camera and I went for it as well. It was so much fun. I haven't had that much fun for a long time. It was great. And this is probably one of my favorite images that I've taken from the pool. It sort of sums it all up for me. Okay, so the next thing I wanted to talk to you about is my involvement with women in street photography. So it's something that I'm really passionate about. And so when I first started, I didn't, I had trouble finding other women who were doing it. And so I was searching around the internet, looking, and I eventually came across Women in Street, which was started in 2016 by Casey Meshbesher, who's based in Minnesota. And there are a couple of other platforms around at the time. There was Double X Street, started by Didi Gilson and Charlotte Reynolds, who are actually based here in Australia. And there are a couple of other sort of general photography women-only groups, but not a lot. So I became quite involved with the Women in Street platform, and eventually Casey asked me to be an admin and a curator for that. I've been involved in that. And then in 2017, I met Rebecca Wiltshire. She and I were in India doing a Maciej Dukowicz workshop. And we'd met each other online, but when we met each other in person, we really clicked. And she's a really good friend now. Anyway, we were talking a lot about how women aren't really seen in street photography. Well, they certainly weren't at the end of 2017. And we talked about starting up a group in Australia. So we started up a group called the Unexposed Collective, which we opened it up to everybody, but we only feature the work of women and non-binary and intersex street photographers. Then, so I've got a little, yeah. So in 2018, I was in Milan and I talked about women in street photography then, and I talked about the low representation of women in street photography. But now I'm talking more about the rise of women in street photography, and that has been thanks to social media and these women-only groups. So we've got Women in Street, we've got Double X, we've got Women in Street Photographers, which was started, I think, at the end of 2017. Gulnara Samilova started that platform, and she's done an amazing job with her exhibitions of women's work around the world. She's trying to do as many as she can now. So Women in Street is kind of a different thing to what Gulnara's doing. It's more of a community based sort of platform, and similarly the Unexposed Collective is also. Some people make negative comments about women-only street photography platforms, but in my experience, women who are really into street photography, who are really passionate about it, it's a really important part of their life, but they don't want to, they're a little bit hesitant and they hold back, sort of getting too involved in some of the other street photography platforms. So for women-only groups provide a safe and supportive environment for them to become a lot more confident with their photography. And as a result of this, there are so many more women now being invited to join collectives. There are more women being invited to judge street photography competitions. And also we're seeing more women in the finalist list for street photography competitions. We just need to get more women up and speaking, doing these sorts of things now. So I'll talk a little bit about the Unexposed Collective because we've just made a few changes. At the beginning of COVID, we opened up Unexposed to people from around the world. Just opened it up, and we invited people to post to our little challenges that we have, and it sort of became it's grown, and it's a lot of people really like it. So we had a discussion with some of the other members, the Australian members, and had some Zoom calls, which we do now, and they suggested that we make an Australian and New Zealand group, and then another group that we've started up with Dmitry Das, who's based in Kolkata, is Unexposed South Asia. So the South Asia one, Rebecca and I have a lot of good friends in India, and we've got this sort of close attachment with the place, and there are a lot of, as you know, fantastic street photographers from South Asia, but you don't see many women amongst those street photographers. So we thought, okay, maybe this is a good thing to do, is to start a group there and create a community of photographers there. So there are all sorts of issues that we will face. There's not only gender inequalities, but there's other things like class and caste and religion and cultural differences that we'll have to overcome. And we also acknowledge that we're two white women starting a group there. However, given the issues that I just talked about, it's sort of easier in a way for us to start the group, and then we hope to sort of back off from it once we build up the membership. So Unexposed South Asia is run by Rebecca and I and Dmitry, and Unexposed Australasia is being managed by Linda McLean and Sue Brunielti. So I'll just run through really quickly, because we're running out of time, some images from women street photographers. This is Dmitry's, some of the South Asian photographers. Lopez, Pinky, Jayati, Tangila, she's from Bangladesh. Dimpy. And then some of our Australian street photographers, Linda. You'll probably know this image really well. This is an amazing image. Rebecca's. So an advantage that women in Australia have is that we can take photos pretty easily at the beach and the pool. Now I just wanted to flick through some photos of some of my other favorite women street photographers. Jimena. She's also a member of Little Box Collective. Celine, another one of Rebecca's. Linda again. Polly, Nikki, this is a very familiar photo to all of you. Cassia, she's also in Little Box Collective. Anya. Sorry, I had to put both of these of Anya's in. You'll hear Anya's going to speak tomorrow. She's, as you all know, she's a fantastic photographer. Orna, Joanna, Alicia, one of Sarah's, Michelle, Debrani, Becky, Julie Hrdova, Giselle, Mel Breyer, Carolina. And I wanted to finish off this part of the talk with a tribute to our friend Elisa, who we lost in January. I was lucky to meet Elisa, and you, of course, at LSPF also knew her very well. So I just wanted to flick through some of her images. She was also a member of Little Box. And there she is. Okay, so to finish off my talk, I've been involved in the last couple of years with curating some exhibitions. So we did an exhibition with Women in Street at Street Photo San Francisco, an exhibition of diptychs. We also did an exhibition with the Unexposed Collective last year as part of Head On. It was called Exposed. And then this year we did a collaboration. It was a joint initiative between Women in Street and the Unexposed Collective communities. And it is part of the Head On Photography Festival in Sydney. And it was online in May, and it will be a physical exhibition in November. We're still crossing our fingers for that. But it was a mammoth task that we had to do, and the outcome was pretty special. We spent a lot of time. Rebecca and I spent a lot of time on it, and we created 60 diptychs with 120 photographers. So, guys, can you show the video now of the Double Trouble exhibition, please?
So Julia, thank you very much for sharing your amazing work and also great photographs from your fellow women photographers. They're truly inspiring. We have time now for a couple of questions.
Sure.
The first question from the audience was about how many photos do you normally take on a trip approximately?
How many photos do I normally take on a trip to, say, India?
Yep.
Oh, I would have initially taken probably about 1,000 photos a day, but now I've reduced that to maybe 400 or 500 a day because I can hone in pretty much on much more specific about what I take photos of now. So it depends on how long the trip is, but I would say, you know, yeah, I can't say how many photos. Sorry, because it varies.
Yeah, and do you normally look at your photographs straight away, or you give them some time to marinate, if you wish?
When I'm shooting a lot through the summer down at the pool, I usually look at them. It depends if I'm excited about getting something good. So I was down there today and I was taking some photos. And there might be something that's okay, but I haven't looked at them yet. And I might look at them tomorrow. I might look at them the next day. So if I've got something that I know is good, I'll look at them that night. But otherwise, I leave them for a day or two.
Sure, that makes sense. Thank you. And you took quite a lot of photos abroad, and you went
Yes.
to India, you went to different countries in Europe, for example. How did you need to adjust your shooting style, your approach to different countries, or do you stick to the same way of shooting anywhere you go?
Well, I like to shoot crowds. That's my favorite thing to shoot. So I really like to sort of get in amongst people. Of course, that's not possible now, but in India, of course, that's why we love to go. Well, that's why I love to go there, is because I can do that, get in amongst people. But when we were in London last year, the thing I got most excited about was being at the Hackney Carnival, because there are lots of people around and we could get close to them. And then Oxford Street on a Friday afternoon at 5 o'clock. It's a great time to be there, because there are people coming out of the tube or going into the tube. So there's lots of activity. So that's where I kind of gravitate towards, to those scenes. And also to I like light and sun, like most of us do.
Yeah. Sure, thank you. And do you normally tend to work the scene much, or you mostly take your photos kind of on the go?
I mostly work the scene, actually. When I find a good spot, I'll just hang there for a while. So for example, last year in Oxford Street, when the people were coming out of the tube, Celine was with me then, and we just kind of hung around that sort of the same area and just worked that area. It's the same down at the pool. I'll just stay in one spot and I'll work the scene for a while, and if there's nothing happening there, I'll move on to the next one. But yeah, I prefer not to walk around too much.
Sure, that makes sense. Thank you. And on women in street,
Yes.
you mentioned there was a lot of progress made in the last several years. Obviously, we can see that.
Yeah.
What do you think are still the remaining challenges at this point? And what do you think can be done to better address the issues?
I think it would be I think we need to still build up women's confidence and sort of encourage them to post their photos on other platforms as well. And more people are doing that, but we still need to build up the confidence to do that. But also give them enough confidence to have discussions in those forums as well. So I don't know if you're on many forums, Dmitry, but I noticed that that women in particular really hold back from those discussions. And I mean, sometimes it's the guys kind of trying to one up each other, and women aren't really into doing that as much. But yeah, it would be some women have no problem with it. They're on there all the time. But most women I know don't want to engage with that. So, and the other issue is women for street photography festivals. Usually, it's the women who get asked last, and often, they already have commitments for that time. So, it would be good if when people are planning their festivals to ask women at the same time as men in terms of, judging and participating and speaking at these events.
Sure.
And more women, inviting more women to speak at these events so that it is more equal. And that will come in time as more women sort of rise up in terms of their profiles.
Yes, hopefully the situation will keep improving faster rather than slower. Coming back to your...
Us growing exponentially.
That's great to hear. Coming back to your shooting and the selection of pictures, we have another question. So you mentioned that you might get 400-500 pictures from which you choose the keepers. So on average, what would you say be the number of photos that you would eventually use out of those 500? I know it's a bit of a tricky question and it might differ from day to day, but just your average guess, I would say.
It depends on the situation. So at the Hackney Carnival, for example, I got lots of great shots. Or, if I'm at the pet market in Kolkata, I get lots of great shots from there. So, I might get 5 or 6 great shots, but it just really depends on the shooting situation as to how many you'll get. But on average, it's not very many. It's the same for everybody. It's not very many. We might get, 1 or 2 great shots a year.
If you're lucky, right?
Yeah, if you're lucky. And even our masters of photography will say exactly the same thing.
True. Another question came about the best bit of advice you got from, specifically from Magic, from Maciej Dekovic.
Maciej. There are quite a few pieces of advice from Maciej. So one of the things Maciej really hates are men in white shirts or white shirts. He hates white shirts. He hates backs. And he said, always, if you're taking a photo of a face, make sure you get the nose in profile. They're the things I learned from Maciej. Yeah, he's great. Everybody loves Maciej.
Thank you. And the last but very pressing question came from Jerry, actually, who was asking where the car keys were.
I hope Jerry's up there doing the dishes, actually.
Yeah. Great. Well, thank you very much again, Julia. Thank you for showing us the great work, and thanks for answering the questions. It was really a
Oh,
pleasure.
but you didn't ask. You said there was a question from Jerry.
Yeah, he was asking where the car keys were.
Oh.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. It's wherever he put them.
Great. Well, thank you very much. On that note, we're going to end this talk. So thank you very much again, Julia, on behalf of
It was
London Street Photography Festival.
lovely to be part of the festival, and thank you again for asking me. And I hope the rest of the festival goes really well.
Thank you, and hopefully we will see most of you in person sooner rather than later as well.
And I hope so too. Hopefully next year. I'm crossing my fingers.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. We'll be back in about 10 minutes from now with our next talk. So have a short break and stay tuned, please. See you soon.
And so, welcome back. We hope you enjoyed that talk with Julia Coddington. Now we're moving on to a friend of mine called Bouwe Brouwer, who's over in the Netherlands, a place called Friesland, if I'm pronouncing that correctly at all, who, amongst other things, is going to talk to us about some projects including Tiny Moments, one of my favourite series that I've collected over the years as Bouwe's been producing these little collections and self-producing them as well, all handmade, self-published, and he's going to be talking to us about how you might go about publishing your own work as well. So welcome, Bouwe. Are you there? Here he is.
Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm sorry?
How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine. The connection isn't really smooth, but yeah, I'm doing fine.
Okay.
I was enjoying Julia's talk.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
You're very clear to me, so hopefully you can hear me okay. So yeah, and hopefully you're clear on the stream as well. So that.
Yeah. Okay.
Good.
Thanks.
Okay, so let's give it a little bit of background about Bouwe. So you studied illustration, is that correct?
Yeah. I went
so
to I went to fine art school.
Right.
Yeah, you can hear me, right?
yeah, I can, yeah.
Maybe you should switch to the telephone, or.
Okay, can you not hear me?
No. I'm missing parts of the question, so if we have to do this for an hour, it might be really annoying. So.
Oh right, okay. Maybe I'm quite quiet. Oh, we did it without hiccup with Julia, but this might be okay. But I tell you what, Bouwe, I'll cue you up, and if you want to just talk a bit more about your projects and particularly Tiny Moments, I'm sure you've got a lot to say. So we'll get into the nitty-gritty, and you can show us some of your stuff, and then maybe we can have a conversation a little later if we can sort out any connection problems. Does that sound good?
You're very clear now. So.
Excellent. Okie doke.
Yeah, you asked me about illustration. Yeah, I studied fine arts like a long time ago. I was in art school, and I studied illustration. And at art school, I made these books like these. So I was like, illustration is combining images with words. And I think that's where my passion for making books also began. I learned to make books by hand. And this is an example of one of the books I graduated with. At that time, I wasn't doing photography. I was making drawings. So these are all handmade drawings. And actually, this whole book is handmade. The stories are not mine. They're written by Charles Baudelaire, a French writer. But the drawings are mine, the design is mine, and yeah, I even made the hardcover. I did the cover. I silk screen printed it, and yeah. So I think that's where my fascination with combining images and words began, and also with hand making my own books.
Excellent. So when did photography become more of a hobby for you? When did that come into your life?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Can we keep the split screen?
Yes, yeah.
For me, because otherwise it's like I'm talking to myself, and I feel much more comfortable talking to you. So.
Yeah, of course. I'm sure we can stick with that.
Yeah. Well, photography began in like 2013, and I was always like taking pictures on holidays, but yeah, it wasn't much more than holiday pictures. And then in 2013, I hadn't been doing with arts, anything with arts for a long time. Actually, when I graduated from art school 2001, I did some illustration work for like a year and a half, and then I sort of quit. I couldn't be bothered anymore, and I became a teacher at a primary school. And I didn't do anything really creative for myself until 2008, when I started writing. And that sort of took off, and I got more creative again. And then in 2013, I got into photography. And I think it was just, I had this camera lying around for holidays, and me sort of surfing on the internet and running into Martin Parr's work, Boring Couples, the book that sort of blew my mind, and Joel Sternfeld. And I was thinking like, okay, I've got a camera and apparently you can do that kind of work with it. So let's get out. So in February 2013, it was snowy and I went out with my camera. And that was the first moment I really went out to take pictures, like to try to create a beautiful frame or whatever I was thinking at the time. Which was funny because I was looking at Joel Sternfeld's work, which is like a lot of medium format with lots of details. And I had this Lumix GF3, and I sort of had the illusion I can make the same work with this camera. It would be easy, which apparently is like a very different process. But I learned that later on.
So it was really street photography from the start with an influence like Martin Parr. That was always what you were looking to do, or street and documentary photography?
Yeah, just going out into the world. I still don't consider myself a street photographer because I approach my family life in the same way. I approach, if we go out on a holiday, it's the same. Shots with no people in it, landscape, whatever. For me, the approach is almost similar. The only difference is that when you're shooting around family, you feel more at ease and you may start running to get a shot or lie down on the ground. And that's not something you do in public that easy. And maybe like on a festival, which is sort of in between for me, because on a festival, you sort of feel like you can do more. People are partying and there's supposed to be photographers there. So yeah, that's like an in-between situation where I feel a little bit more free to run around and lie on the ground and stuff like that. So yeah, everything can be a subject, and my approach sort of is the same in all the areas, but one area you feel a little bit more free than in the other area.
I guess that's a conversation we could have just as long as this talk. We'll try to stick to publishing, but where the boundaries of street photography really are, whether it's just candid, which means it doesn't need to be even in a public place so long as it's candid, or whether it needs to be in a public place, but that can include a park or a beach. Could it include your family, if your family is still unawares that you're actually taking the photograph at the time? All these sorts of questions around exactly what street photography is sort of an ongoing debate, isn't it? And it's interesting. I think many street photographers would approach all their work in very similar ways, and so why should it be considered different from one thing to the other? So in terms of what you compile in your work, is it generally thematically based, or are you sort of linking these images through more subtle cues through the images, or they're from one place? I know you do have the project Postcards from Friesland, which is obviously exclusively images from your local area. Are there any other projects that sort of tie together these themes?
Well, from the start that I was shooting, I always found it quite difficult to link them. For me, it was just going out and getting pictures, and because I have that background of book design and making it into a book, I had this desire to actually make a book, and I started thinking of themes and stuff, and that just didn't work. So what I've realized now after shooting for some years is that a theme or a connection will come up, and that's what sort of happened with my Tiny Moments project you were showing as well. It's like a idea that it starts with an idea for a format, a desire to connect my writing with my photography, and then slowly it evolves. And actually, it took me 2 years to the final box set. And the same happened with what you were talking about, Postcards from Friesland. That's like a completely different story, because the whole project I sort of made up at first to give myself an excuse to be out in the public photographing people. Because when I first went out and people would ask like, oh, what are you doing? Why are you pointing your camera at me? I would be like, I don't know, I'm an amateur photographer. I'm just having fun. And, that's not very convincing. And then one day a lady asked the same question and she said, what are you doing? And I said, out of the blue, I don't even know why I said it, but I said, well, I'm a documentary photographer. And she said, wow, that's great. What is it? So I thought okay, if you can make it convincing, then a lot of doors will open. So that's where this idea came from. I thought, well, I could make it into a project because I'm shooting so much on the street in the town where I live, but also in the towns in my area. I could make it a project about the province where I live. And that slowly evolved into exhibition. And I thought, well, if I have an exhibition, I should really get those postcards printed. And once I had the postcards printed, well, I thought, I'll design this sort of wrapper for a set of 10. And this is all handmade. And that's how this came about. There's also like a short story in there. So it slowly evolves. Like, as I said, when I started with photography, I discovered quickly that making up a project and thinking of a team and then shooting, that doesn't work. It has to come out of the work. You have to work first, and then something will come up and you will recognize it, and then you start working on that, and then it will turn into a project and it will get a design and a shape. And so that's basically my workflow.
So, of course, with Tiny Moments, there's some writing, as you say, in Postcards from Friesland. Was that your writing as well? That's in the short story.
Yeah. Yeah. This is like, there's only one short story in there. There's like 10 different postcards and one short story, and that's a little set. This is all hand printed and cut and folded. I have to hold it up like this a bit more. I see. Yeah.
So is that story, do you find it particularly relating to the photographs, or is it perhaps the suggestion that it relates to the photographs?
No, it's the same with the Tiny Moments. I find it very hard. When we had the test talk earlier this week, we talked about musicals. And it's funny because I was thinking about it. I said, I don't really like musicals. And later on, I thought, well, why is that? And for me, it's because music and you got to play, you put them together, and it's just too much for me personally. Not all musicals, of course, but most of them, I just, it's not my thing. And I think it's also the same for me with words and pictures. You can put them together, but it can easily become too much. If the writing is too strong, the pictures are too strong, then I don't know. There has to be some, how do you say it? It has to be a little bit vague, not too precise, but also not too vague. There has to be a connection, but it's more like poetry for me. And if it gets into that area, then it gets really interesting.
So speaking of poetry, in Tiny Moments, it is actually haiku, isn't it? So this is the little haiku book you can see on the camera there. And there's a haiku book in each copy of Tiny Moments. I realise I have to say to our viewers that we're looking at these Tiny Moments booklets as these lovely things, but they're actually all sold out. And maybe we can talk about that a bit later. That we tend to, Bouwe tends to sell out of these, of most of his projects, which is brilliant. But they're also in short runs as well, so we could talk a little bit about that. So in Tiny Moments, we've got these haikus, and haiku is a very important thing to you, isn't it? I wonder if you could just tell us a little bit of background about your relationship to haiku, and maybe how you see that relating to photographs. Maybe it relates to street photography in particular. Particularly under this banner of Tiny Moments, which I think is a perfect name, isn't it, that links these two art forms.
Yeah. I lost a little bit of the sound there, but I think I've got your question. Well, I started writing haiku in 2008, and just short, haiku is a form of Japanese poetry. It's pretty old. Well, we could talk about the form it has to have, but the most important thing it has to be very short. Haiku is like short poetry, and usually simple words, and usually it describes something you observe. And in those simple words, those simple lines, you can sort of sense something bigger without you really pinpointing or saying, well, this is amazing, or like metaphor. You don't use too many metaphors in haiku. You try to keep it as simple as possible, and then if something, a bigger feeling or a bigger image emerges from between those words, then you've got a haiku. And for me, it's actually the same with photography. You go out in the world, and then you walk around, you look around, and you feel connected with the situation, or as Julia said, like with only the way the light looks, and you try to frame that. And a good photograph for me is like you can see, but from that bigger feeling emerges, and it's very hard to put it in words what it does to you. But if it does something to you, then for me it's a good photograph. And especially every time you return to the photograph, and every time it sort of does the same thing, it works again, then it really has an extra layer. And yeah, for me it's the same with haiku. They're all like tiny moments. Haiku describes a tiny moment, and photography is like 1/100th of a second or even faster. And within that, like really tiny moment, time you tap into that feeling, or that and so those things work in a similar way for me. Yeah, the funny thing is that the way of coming to high to photographs, it's like this process. If there are moments I'm really into going out to take photographs, there's no room for me to.
Well, it broke up a little bit there on the end there, Bauer. Sorry about that. But yeah, so I obviously I've collected these, and really appreciate how haiku relates to street photography in that way, because yeah, we can't take a novel about explaining a photograph, can we? So the way that haiku has to get its point across very quickly, very fleetingly. But of course, in street photography, that relates to the actual moment as it was in itself. So not necessarily the art form of photography itself, but the act of taking a street photograph that is there and it's gone. And it was in the eye of the beholder, the photographer, for just that moment.
Well, the great thing I like about photography and haiku is that of almost every photograph I've taken and every haiku I've written, I know the exact moment and place, sometimes even the feeling I had. It's like an intense moment in both ways, one with writing and one with your camera.
Yeah, yeah. So is there any process of selection? So we've got a collection of, it's 20 images per set in time.
No, 10.
No,
no
10.
10 images.
10 images, yeah. So 10 images, 10 haikus, and then we have 20 tiny moments. That's right.
20 tiny moments, yeah.
Maths, yeah. Yeah, so is there any process that you choose the specific haikus and the specific images, or do you, as you said, you let that be vague, so you're really just picking your favorites and your favorites?
I think initially it's a gut feeling, but also you want some diversity. You don't want to have like 10 sort of the same images or 10 sort of the same haiku. But you also don't want one or two pictures or haiku that are a lot stronger than the other ones, because that might push you in a direction, might sort of make people think there's like a linear story, and there isn't. So I try to get a diversity in there, but also some moments that are equally strong.
Yeah, so we get more of a flow as opposed to a hero image and some backup images. Yeah. We get more of a flow exactly. through the whole set. Yeah, excellent.
Yeah, and it might even happen that I think the number 4, I went to the printers to get the photos printed, and just before I left, I switched the photo around because I thought it was just a little bit too weak to, battle it out with the other photographs. And so it's a gut feeling. You just leave it laying around and then look at it again and again, and then when it feels right and when it's in balance, you just make it. And then it's done. The funny thing is about this has been like a 2-year process, and it's a very, very personal work. It's dedicated to people in my life as well, and the quotes that are in there, because it's not just 10 photographs, but also and 10 haiku, but also I think 7 quotes by photographers and writers that have to do with in photography and that fleeting moment. And it's a very personal work. Now it's done, and well, I can't say I don't care anymore, but it's done. The work is done. And essentially, in the end, it's all about the work, going out, taking photographs, and maybe editing it. But yeah, this is finished. So that's a strange feeling to have, to making such a personal thing and then sort of not really care anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So obviously we've got a Tiny Moments collection here. Oh, thank you, Alex. We've got to zoom in. So we've got a Tiny Moments collection here. These are all assembled by yourself, which I'll ask you about in just a second. But also to complete that set, we have I haven't put mine together, so especially for today's show. So this came to me in the post as a flat piece, I believe. And obviously that was the best way of posting it. But this also gives the the customer, me, the fan of your work, the opportunity to do a little bit of this making in the process of Tiny Moments for myself. So obviously this will relate to a lot of your self-published work, where you don't necessarily go to printers to put everything together for you, but you'll get different pieces of materials and build it yourself. So how did this idea of how Tiny Moments was sort of packaged up in little envelopes, how did that come about to you, and how have you approached them over time?
Yeah, you still there? Yeah, I missed a little bit. I switched to my phone now, so I hope the connection is a lot better now.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I think
cool.
I think you asked me about how I came up with the idea.
Yeah, how you come up with the idea, how you chose to work with these materials, and obviously, I think all of your work tends to be you do change and evolve how you produce from one body of work to the other. Some of your works are more traditional zines that have gone straight to printers, but then obviously this one seems to be all very sort of arts and crafts shop compiled and home printed and things. So yeah, what was your process here? How was it building however many you made of each one of these?
Yeah, actually, this is like and the postcard set is like the first things I made by hand, and I sort of when it was finished, I thought, well, from now on, I'm just going to be doing zines. It's a lot easier because it's so much work. Well, how did I came up with this? Well, it slowly evolves. wife was in North America for some months, and she brought home these little photographs, and they were lying around our house. And every time I looked at them, I thought, oh, these look so cool, like these little prints. So that was one aspect of it, and also the desire of combining writing and photography. I have here one of my earlier attempts. This is like short stories combined with photographs. And actually, I like this attempt. I'm working on a reprint, also translated in English. But it was something I was, it's sort of, I've been working on it for years of trying to combine images and words. And so the desire has been there for a longer time. And then I think what initially triggered the idea of a tiny moment is the quote from the first tiny moment by Tomatsu Shomai. And he talks about when you take a photograph, that moment is added to like your whole life you have been living up until that moment. And I really love that quote and that thought, and that made me think about, okay, yeah, it's actually like a little tiny moment added to, your life you've lived up until that point. And so then the idea of tiny moments came in my mind. So you start thinking about, okay, how I'm going to combine this. And I thought, yeah, well, these tiny prints. And if I make tiny prints, I also need like a tiny booklet with haiku. And then I thought, okay, how many I'm gonna make? Well, 20 tiny moments in a folder. And if I do like 5 folders, then I've got 100 tiny moments. So that's how it sort of evolved. And then you start looking for like paper. Okay, what kind of paper? What does the folder have to look like? And I remembered on the old Eggleston Trust Foundation website, we had these old portfolios of William Eggleston, and they looked pretty cool with nice paper and some prints in it, simple photography. And I thought I can do something like that. So I just went to the local paper shop, bought these, I don't know if it fits in the screen, these huge rolls of paper. And then you have to cut them up.
I recognize the colors.
Yeah, you have to cut them up in printable sizes, and then you just design it on a computer, and then it's a lot of cutting and folding, and yeah, it slowly evolves. And how many did I make? Yeah, I made about 22 for each edition. Because, yeah, it's a lot of work, and like making 22 of them, it takes a couple of days. And, well, I thought that's enough work. And they sold out pretty quickly in like a day. And when I was in the process of making like number 2 or 3, I thought, well, if I have like all 5 of the books myself, it would be cool to have like a slipcase that said 100 tiny moments. So I thought, well, if I'm going to make one for myself, then the people who supported me and bought all 5 of them, they get a slipcase as well. So that's like the last thing I designed, this little slipcase. And it's the same with the books. You just look for nice paper, and you just print some stuff. And see what looks cool, and which typography works best. And yeah, it's also a lot of gut feeling, I think. But it's a lot of work. But in the end, yeah, you've got something. If you want a printer to make it, you have to bring a lot of money. So.
Yeah. So you've mentioned before how it's an end of a project and you don't think about it after. It's quite nice to draw that line. But do you think you'll miss making tiny moments? This seems to be sort of your your biggest ongoing series, really. I know you've got a lot of self-published work, but this Tiny Moments has been this little thread for 2 years. Do you think you'll kind of miss not having that now? And what would be next if not Tiny Moments? What's going to fill that in?
No, I don't won't miss it at all. I think because it's just so much work, and I probably think of something new that's a lot of work as well. Because when you get these ideas, you think, oh, it will look so cool to make, and then you start making it, and you get all excited, and then after like half an hour or an hour of cutting the same sort of pages, I get this feeling of, oh no, this is it's going to take a long time. But in the meanwhile, I've made this little zine with Chemistry Publishing. That's a local printer, and this is like also handmade. This is not like a zine you just order from a printer and it gets delivered to your house and you ship it. We made this like reso printed dust jacket, and so I like stuff like that. I want to make more zines type of stuff. Still handmade, and for every project just sort of find the right design and the right form to make it. And what that will be, I don't know. Yeah, and we're working on a zine of the Diffuse Collective, which I'm part of. It's going to be next week, and it's going to be like a big zine printed on the Reso printer. The black and white photographs, but also the color photographs will be done on that printer. So I think that will look really awesome. And once that is done, we'll just, I don't know. I've got huge stacks of work prints here.
Yeah.
Like, this is a project, and I've got more stacks like these. And I don't know. Everything takes time. Yeah. It's like what I said earlier. You can sort of think of a team and a direction you want to go, but you can't push it. I can't push it. It just has to be laying around, and then something gets added to it. And maybe one important thing to tell about Tiny Moments is that I had been having this idea for like, I don't know, maybe like 7 or 8 months. But then a really good friend of mine became terminally ill, and it's a friend from the haiku world. And he sort of really helped me out with writing haiku, and he always loved like the little haiku books I made, handmade haiku books. And I thought, well, if there's one thing I can do before he passes away, is I could make another little sort of haiku book and dedicate it to him, and bring it to him personally. And that's what I did. So, that sort of kickstarted a Tiny Moments project. And then the first one was dedicated to him. And then I thought, well, why not dedicate the second one to another important person in my life? And so each one then is dedicated to an important person. And the whole box also. So that sort of ties up everything as well, I think. Because they're all tiny moments, all about how fleeting life is. And each one is dedicated to someone who's still here, who's important, or someone I lost. So, yeah. So I love it when you sort of let things grow, and then it sort of seems to come full circle in the end. And that can only happen when you not push things, I think. If there's one good advice I could give to somebody who wants to self-publish, is just leave things laying around and don't push it. Because new ideas will come and new thoughts, and that will create new meaning and new layers in the final work. And if you just think, oh, I'm going to do like a book about trees and then just make it, then it won't be much more than a book about trees. But if you leave it around and, keep adding to it.
It's important to remember in our world of Instagram, isn't it, to actually just slow down, and you don't have to get everything out really quick. Nice just to sort of let things sit and breathe and come back to it. So we've had an inquiry from Swarak Ghosh, who I believe was one of our winners last year, and he has asked about your editing process, your selection of photographs, and also how many dummies you might make of a project before you reached the final form that you'd be creating.
Yeah, well, my editing process, it has changed this year because of the coronavirus, actually. Before I was just trying to edit as fast as possible. I don't shoot a lot. Like actually, Julia was talking about going out and taking a lot of photographs, but I actually don't go out much because I have a job. You know, I'm a teacher and I've got a family, and photography is something I do on the side, but has grown. So actually going out on the purpose of actually taking photographs, that might be like once a month and maybe even less during these times. So maybe that's why I take a lot of photos also of my family or when I go to the supermarket. And before the Corona time, I would just try to edit as fast as possible, sort things out, put them in little folders, and then just leave them a bit there. And I actually used Instagram for my editing process. Not to see how many likes I would get, but just to sort of create a distance. Because for me, once you post it on Instagram, it's sort of not yours anymore. And that sort of creates a distance, and that helped me out to make choices about my photographs. And then during the whole lockdown, I sort of let go of that. And now the Tiny Moments project is finished. I sort of think, well, I'll just leave it and look at it for a year. So I think this winter I will only be looking through mostly of old work and see what I can do with those projects, and not look too much at new work. And I want to try to get a slower pace, not look at photographs too quickly. I think it also first was part of insecurity. You know, you just want to see if you got the shot and post it and see if people like it. And I guess I'm at the stage now where I think, you know, I know what I like, and I know what I like to make, and I just, you know, show some of the stuff to friends or post a little bit, and that's enough. So I've got a very slow editing process at the moment, and I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah.
So in terms of when you actually come to make a project, are there quite a few dummies that you might go through? So with the Tiny Moments paper, you're actually quite set in your
I
mind.
try to get to the result as quickly as possible because it's so much work and I've got so little time. But that almost never succeeds. It usually takes like at least 2 or 3 attempts, and then I get to the final stage. But as we talked about earlier, when I studied fine arts, I was also into bookmaking. So you know, I even made, like, this was the first thing I did with this sort of collective of comic writers. I even tried to draw some comics, and like these, I hope you can see them, are all I have to get back further, like this. They're all books I made, you know, when I studied fine arts. So I think I sort of know what paper I want to use pretty quickly, and know what's out there, and know how you can bind books, and I know about the possibilities. So I think when you first start making books yourself, then you have to sort of figure out, okay, you know, what materials can I use, how can I bind it, and so that makes it easier, I think.
Yeah, so you're drawing on a lot of past experience. Sara also suggests you should do a bookmaking workshop. So that's just, you know, when we can get all back together, that sounds pretty good to me. We even had a zine making workshop in the past at LSPF, so maybe we can set something up and we'll do more of a bookmaking workshop. And we can draw on your knowledge from that in the future. That'd be brilliant. So I know when we spoke before, we touched on how the production of your work and how bringing all these things together as these neat little packages is sort of leaving a legacy to you, and how you you build up your identity of yourself for the view of future generations and things like that. So maybe you could just expand on that for us as well.
I think you're talking about like what drives me to make all this stuff, or
Yeah, what drives you to sort of leave this as a legacy? I mean, street photography as a legacy in world culture is obviously a very important thing. If you looking back at Martin Parr's work, of course we've got in front of me here, I've got the book of the Robert Frank's The Americans, which seems even more prominent now than it ever even did. And of course you're making work about, you know, the world around you and your family to go on to more generations. And if you're exhibiting the work from Friesland, that's obviously going to be in someone's archive somewhere of that area of the world for generations to come. So if you want to expand on how that drives you, how you feel about that.
Well, I think my main drive is just having fun. That's the first thing. If you can't be bothered going out and enjoying looking at the world, then then it stops pretty quickly. And sometimes I hear people talk about I don't know what to shoot, and I'm in this rut, and I have been shooting for 2 months, and I never have that. Just give me a camera, and I'll just take a walk down the street, and I will be having a lot of fun. So the main drive is just doing that, looking at the world. It's a beautiful excuse at observing everything, and also sometimes being involved, or sometimes this area. I would love to expand on that more, also dive maybe a little bit into the history of the province, but also the idea, I think that's really a big drive as well. The idea that when I'm gone, and maybe my grandchildren or their children will find this big box of photographs and writings and books on the attic, and we'll open it up and be all surprised and think, oh, who was this guy, man? He lived like 100 years ago, and look at all the photos he took. And that's I just love that thought. That alone is enough to make me go out and take photographs and make beautiful things that hopefully touch people. And like one of the reasons I made Tiny Moments is also because I wanted to have it on my bookshelf. I wanted to have it, and I thought, well, if I'm going to make it for myself, let's make some extra copies and see who else wants it. So that's the drive,
make it for yourself
making
first
something I want to hold and look through, and
you got to do it for yourself, man. That's what it's all about. So there's a quick question from Mary. Any tips for someone that wants to start bookmaking? Any sort of cautionary tales, or just how to get started with stitching pages together, or anything like that?
Well, like stitching and binding, you can just look it up on the internet, and you can buy paper like everywhere. One thing I'm always surprised about is that when you go to I go to this local art shop, and they have a lot of paper, and I buy these big sheets, and when you buy it, it looks like sort of not really classy paper, sort of simple. And then when you start cutting it up and printing and folding, and then it really becomes something. So just try out different types of paper, and like you can just put it. I've got a really simple, cheap printer. Just put it to the printer and fold it up and see how it looks, and just keep it simple first, and you can learn about binding techniques on the internet, and also look what other people do, because I've got this, like Alison Macaulay. I don't know if I pronounce her name correctly. She's with top photographers nowadays. I really love her work, and she does where's the camera? She does all these little handmade books, and I just love them. And when I buy stuff like that, I just think, oh yeah, that's a way to bind it or to do it. And some, this is one of my favorite books from Little Brown Mushroom. Where's the camera? Iris Garden. It's like really short stories by John Cage with William Gedney photographs, and it's all like loose pages. It's not bound or anything. It's just loose pages that sort of if I let go of the book now, it will be like all the pages on the floor that are sort of folded together. And just, you know, collect stuff and keep it, and then you get your inspiration from there as well. But keep it simple in the beginning. Don't spend like a lot of money. Just get a cheap printer, some nice paper, and try stuff.
Yeah. So looking at that book there, there's obviously been an unusual format, and Tiny Moments and things being also being essentially unusual formats. That's something you sort of strive for as well, isn't it? I think one key thing you said in our...
No, it's not that I strive for an unusual format, but I'm really convinced that you should look for the format that fits the work.
Yeah.
And if I'm going to bring out something like Tiny Moments, for me there are two options. Either you make it tiny, or you blow it up really big. You know, if I ever would have an exhibition of Tiny Moments, I would love to see like prints that are like 2 by 1.5 meters on the wall, because you step into the room for a Tiny Moments exhibition and then it would just stare at you, you know? That would create something crazy. So I think you should look at the right format for your project. What kind of feel, what kind of paper, what kind of typography, you know? And there are a lot of good zines produced nowadays, a lot of zines, but also a lot of zines, I think, they're just take some more time to sort out paper, and you can just give a zine so much extra with just another type of paper, another type of typography, or those little things can make a lot of difference, I think. And like, I gotta give a shout out to Charlie Kirk, who's next up.
Yeah.
Gonna do it. Where's the camera? Yeah.
Yeah.
This book by Charlie, I love it. You know,
Charlie's published a lot. Yeah.
His photographs is great. He's going to talk about his book, but his photographs are great. It's the photographs are the content of the photographs is amazing. Is important. The whole design just matches with what the book is about, and besides the design, the content, the good photographs, it's also about a personal journey of the photographer, and you can sense all those things in this one book. And for me, when all that stuff gets together, you know, then you've got a good book or a good zine or whatever format it takes.
I think that one thing you said in our little pre-talk was surprise yourself, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was a key statement that I took from that. Surprise yourself, and obviously always produce the work for yourself, because that's what you want to see, and not for a market as such, which I think we're in danger of doing. Even in street photography, can sometimes see a bit of a chase to get the most dynamic photograph from the most exotic location with the most incredible light, but you may well find that moment with just your family in your home.
Yeah, and then, you know, those dynamic, amazing photographs, like, work good on Instagram. I can usually tell when I post a photograph, like, oh, this is going to get a lot of likes, because you can sort of instant recognize it. But should not be the aim of what you're doing, I think. Just follow your own progress, keep working, and well, I'm in this lucky position that I've got a really great job as a teacher, a lot, and so I don't need to do it for the money. I can just do what I love, and if I don't feel like making anything, I'll just leave it. But that's actually never the case. I always feel like making something.
Excellent. Well, that feels like a beautiful place to wrap up the talk, Bro, unless there's anything you wanted to add, any words of wisdom. We've had a lot of words of wisdom from you so far. So no pressure to do any more, but thank you very much for joining us today. I've now got the seed of thought that I'm definitely going to get you over to the UK to do a bookmaking workshop, and you can thank Swarat for that. He's landed you in it there, so we're going to have to look into that. And yeah, thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. And yeah, this is the first street photography festival I ever visited.
Yeah.
I hope I have to visit one in real life someday. But yeah, it's great that you were having me. Thanks.
No, thank you, and we hope to see you and everyone else in person very soon. So, as Bouwe mentioned, we've got Charlie Kirk up next. We're going to take a short break, and you can find us right back here on this YouTube stream if that's where you're watching. It's on a couple of other places. If you're having trouble with YouTube, do let us know. Although you probably wouldn't even know that you're having problems with YouTube because you can't hear me talking at all right now. So yeah, we'll be back at, I believe, 2:45. All right, Alex, let's cut it.
to mislead. This is all you need. Be your everything, yeah, I'll be your everything. Still too soon to feel. Please just say it's real. More than just a thrill, not just in it for the thrill. I'm in it for the love, cause love it needs to touch it. You're pressing on my body, babe, let me tell you something. I'm in it for the love, cause love it needs to touch it. You're pressing on my body, babe, let me tell you something. I'm in it for the love. 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 dream. We were ordering some treats. You said it would be alright. I tried to stop you asking why. You started out to face it. My heart went off like crazy. You placed your arms on my head. We fell into my small bed. You started out to face it. My heart went off like crazy. I felt the breath was taken. We were about to make it. look back, never look back, never look back, no, never look back, never look back, no.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our next talk at the London Street Photography Festival. Please welcome our next guest, who is a very well-known photographer from the UK. His name is Charles Kirk, and he'll be speaking today about his work, and in particular about his new book, Katilvar, which was published very recently. So thank you, Charles, very much for joining us today. It's a pleasure to speak to you. Over to you.
Oh, okay. Hi. There's a bit of a pause, actually. I can hear myself twice. Is that something you guys can address? No, I think that's better now. Right. Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you. My name's Charlie Kirk, as you know. Oh, my screen's up now. Okay. Let me move that. Okay. I'm not really sure what's going on, but hopefully you can all hear me and see me, and you can see the screen. Dmitry, is everything all right from your end?
Yes, we can see the screen now.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, my name's Charlie, 46-year-old solicitor based in the UK. Spent a lot of my career in Tokyo, where I developed a passion for photography. It all started out when I was walking around an island doing a Buddhist pilgrimage with a Canon Kiss digital camera. Didn't really know how to use it. Took a few pictures just of plants and roads and stuff like that. But I kind of quite liked it, and I came back to Tokyo and I had a few photography lessons with a chap called Alfie Goodrich, and he told me about Flickr. Spent no end of money on different cameras and ended up settling with a Leica and I think a 35 or 28 millimeter lens. Joined a group called Hardcore Street Photography and became, a bit obsessed about trying to get into the pool. I had quite a tough job, and usually I'd finish work, go out, meet friends, get drunk, and put the flash on the camera and go and take a load of pictures. My work from Japan was kind of quite controversial. I think a little bit immature, but I enjoyed the process of doing it. Left Japan in 2011 or 2012. Wasn't sure what to do, but wanted to take some pictures and develop my photos. So I went to Turkey. The plan initially was to go from Turkey overland to India. That didn't work out because I couldn't get a visa for Pakistan. So ended up coming back to the UK, and I looked through some of the pictures I took in Turkey, and I quite liked them. And I thought, okay, I can develop this. And I'll get into, more discussions about my work from Turkey, a bit later, obviously. A bit of further background. I never thought I could really do photography at the outset because I'm colorblind and I can't actually wink. But I managed to, work around that by shooting predominantly in black and white. And, with a Leica camera, you just shoot with your left eye and your right eye is covered anyway. Just a little bit of housekeeping, actually. So the plan will be to go through a PDF of my book. I probably won't show any of my pictures from Japan just because I doubt we'll have time. But if anyone wants to see them, I can probably share a few pictures from my computer. It's up to Dmitry, but I tend to like to have a bit of interaction on these things. So if anyone's got any questions, I'm happy to sort of answer them at the time rather than saving them to the end. But that's, like, it's up to Dmitry how he runs that sort of thing. I generally try to avoid giving too many backstories to my pictures. I find it a bit boring, to be honest. I like photos to stand on their own merits. And at the end of the day, I think all photos are lies. and it just depends on how outrageous a lie you want to tell. And some of my photos would definitely not pass the photojournalism test in terms of truthfulness, but I've always been more concerned about what's in the image and what it represents rather than, what it represents sort of symbolically rather than trying to represent the truth. For those that are interested in the technical side, all of the pictures in this book were taken with a Leica MP, 28mm lens, sometimes with a little Leica flash on the top, Ilford HP5 film. At the end of the day, though, I just took the pictures. I didn't develop them. I sent them off to Ilford to develop. I didn't scan them. I used a company, great company, by the way, Analog Arts, who drum scanned everything for me. And they did the post-production, with me sitting next to them. So, yeah, I mean, I just took the pictures, really. In terms of the book, I don't know if you can see this, but this is the book. And what I'm going to show you is the almost final PDF of the book that went to the printers. 48 images. I wanted to keep the book short. I'm an avid photo book buyer, and I'm very critical about photo books, and one of the big issues I find is that photographers can't kill their babies. So the photo books that I tend not to like are the ones that are too long. Maybe it's just my short attention span, but I tend to get quite bored after about 50 turns of a page. So I wanted to keep it short. That was a big nightmare in terms of the editing process. I out of about 50-odd thousand pictures, I guess, I can't remember exactly how many I took, but I took a hell of a lot of photos. I would say there were about 200 pictures that I thought were acceptable in their own right. But then you've got to obviously get it down to create a kind of story. You don't want too many repetitive pictures in there. So editing was tough. I got a lot of help from a chap called Hinchua and some others who are mentioned in the back of the book. So it was a collaborative process on the editing. And it's really helpful to have a third party look at your work, but someone that really knows how editing and sequencing work. I mean, I learned so much from the process, especially ideas like, having a variety of pictures, having aggressive pictures and quiet pictures and full pictures and empty pictures, happy, sad, I tried to have a bit of a variety of image in the book. The other thing just to mention is that with a lot of kind of photojournalist books, you have captions. Now, the big issue with captions I found is that if you have the caption under the photo, it kind of forces people to read the caption and interpret it in the way that the caption kind of dictates. So I wanted to give people that bought the book the option. So I put the caption on a card that also kind of doubles up as a bookmark, which you can sort of see just with my name and Katilvar at the top of the bookmark. And the other thing I didn't want to do is have the captions at the back, because then if you're really interested in the captions, you see the image and then you have to turn to the back of the book and it disrupts the flow. So I thought people could just have the captions next to them if they were interested. The other thing about the book is that I didn't want to have an introduction to the book or a postscript, really. I don't want people to be forced to essentially interpret my images in a way that I've written down or someone else has written down. I want people to draw their own conclusions from the work. And I didn't really want to create what I call a fake narrative. Some people that they put a load of pictures together and they create a narrative from those pictures. That maybe we can talk about this later, but that's not something that interested me either. So I wanted to keep it quite simple, let the photos do the talking, really. So you're probably bored of just looking at the title page, but Katilvar means, it's a Turkish phrase. It means there is a murderer. it was commonly chanted at protests against Tayyip Erdogan in Turkey, and it was often written in graffiti on the walls. So I'll just reasonably quickly go through the book. Again, if anyone has got any particular questions on particular images, then Dmitry, if you just want to shout out or let me know at the time. Let me know at the end. So this one is just a mural from a wall. It's kind of like a secret image. A lot of people that have bought the book didn't even know it was there. But my designer, Loose Joints, who are fantastic, by the way, thought it would be a nice little surprise. So that's the background to that. And it also kind of shows what's coming, people fighting with the police, love, symbols of Turkey, nationalism, that type of thing. And then there's the inner page. So with the first image, this was again Hinchoir's suggestion. My proposal was either for this image or this image to be the first. But the conclusion we came to was that this is a very common way to start a book with a kind of, as if you're going into something, you're seeing something from a distance. I've seen this in many, many photo books. So Hin and I thought this would be a bit too obvious. And then this is the title of the book. And again, I think that's a bit too obvious, but I wanted it to be in the first three images because these are a little kind of precursor as to what's to come. So we thought this would be the best one because it, symbolizes, violence. And I've got a bit of a thing for dogs in photo books because not only do dogs have a lot of personality, I like the idea of including a dog at the start as a reference to the name I gave myself in Tokyo, Two Cute Dogs. And the thing about dogs also is that they can be very pliant and very obedient, which is how I saw the Turkish people, as a mass generalization, I hasten to add. But when a dog is pissed off, they'll let you know. So that was the thinking behind that as being the first image. I know I said I wouldn't talk about backstories, but this dog was on a leash, and I got as close as possible as I could to it. And it was, I probably took about 2 rolls of film trying to get a good shot of this dog, and this was probably the best one I got. So yeah, these are the 3 sort of precursor images, and then we go into the first section of the book. This is, for those that don't speak Turkish, on the left-hand side, it's instructions as to how to prepare something to protect yourself against tear gas. And then the chap with the gas mask on is reading about Gezi Park, which was the main protest that kicked everything off in Turkey when I was there. And then on the right side, you can see a reference to Erdogan. And then Faiz Lobisini, my Turkish is terrible, but that talks about a conspiracy theory that the interest rate lobby, i.e. Goldman Sachs, etc., probably a bit anti-Semitic, were behind the Gezi Park protests. Another image. Only thing to say about this is that I went through a period of being obsessed with certain motifs for the book. There's various things that I was obsessed with. One was dogs. Another one was drinking water. Popular drinking water in Turkey is called hayat, which means life, and water is about life. And I was just thinking about things about life and death and blah blah blah. But another thing that Turkish people will be aware of is this car. Now, I can't remember the name of the car now, but this is the car that was often used to kidnap Kurdish dissidents, and they would often be last seen in this particular car. So every time I saw a white car like this, I would try and take a photo if it was a relevant and half decent image. Yeah, another shot there. Getting back to the things that kind of drove me in terms of my thought process. was a poem. And if we've got time, I can read that poem. But if anyone's interested, it's by a chap called Nazim Hikmet, and it's called Plea. And I was thinking about including it in the book, but I didn't want to kind of restrict anything too much. So I decided against including it. But there were a lot of words in that poem that influenced me. You know, it talks about clenched teeth and bloody wrists and things like that. And it also talks about Turkey being a bit shaped like a horse's head. So I wanted to have an image of a horse in the book, and I just got very lucky. I was in some particular place, Mardin, and I saw this dying horse. And I shot the hell out of it, not literally. Yeah, I mean, I think I took about 2 or 3 rolls of color and about 5 or 6 rolls of black and white film, and this was my favorite one. Again, no backstory to this. I'm sorry, but yeah, I took about 2 rolls of film here and got lucky with the hand. And just one thing, like I'm quite in some respects, I'm quite proud of the way my photography developed from my time in Japan. I mean, if as a photographer when I was in Japan, everything for me was about getting as close as possible. And one of the things I realized from looking at a lot of photography is, you know, is context is important. Trying to get as much in the frame can help. So I really tried to step back, and I would often approach a shot thinking, what is the maximum amount of information I can get in this shot without losing the point of the picture? Yep, just another picture. And then I guess what you'll see as this progresses is that I've included a few street photography type pictures in the book. Firstly, as a nod to what I used to do. But secondly, I didn't want the book to be predominantly a depressing book, one that you would look through and think, oh my God, you know, Turkey is such a terrible country and there's no hope. So I wanted to include some pictures that would lighten the mood a little bit, and this is probably the first one that lightens the mood. Picture on the left is just a door, and it always confused me why that door was there, but I think from memory, there's something about a door in this Hikmet poem. So, and with this, what I also wanted to do in the book is I didn't want it just to be like, you know, an image on the right-hand side all the way through, yeah? So every now and again, I think it's important to change the flow. So, every so often I would include 2 images across the spread. And I kind of like how this one works. The dogs, it's a bit obvious, but and I moved away from this, but I was a little bit obsessed with concepts of polarization when I was there, because pretty much every article you ever read about Turkey, it will talk about how polarized the country is, with the conservative religious types on one side, the supporters of Erdogan, and then the secular people on the other side. And often the image that's used is the Bosphorus Bridge, where the left hand, the western side is more liberal, and the eastern side is more conservative. So the dogs kind of represent that polarization. Again, attached to the 2 cute dogs thing. Yeah. Kids and a gun. This was one of the first pictures I took on the May Day protests. In the UK, May Day protests are pretty damn boring, but in Turkey, you can always guarantee some tear gas and some fights. Kid holding a rock and balloons. I never quite understood why he would be holding balloons and a rock.
Charles?
Yeah, sure.
A question coming.
Yeah.
So a question from Thomas, and there was a related question from Jeff before that. Did you take the photos with the book in mind, or did you make up your mind to make the book after sorting out the photos?
Yeah, that's a brilliant question, and thankfully I thought about that ahead of today. When I went to Turkey, the plan wasn't really to do a book initially, because the plan was to you know, maybe do a book of my travels from Turkey to India. It was only after when I came back the second time, which was 6 months later, probably in about early 2013, that I started to think of doing a book. But it wasn't until the summer of 2013 that became my, you know, hard intention, and I wanted to stay there as long as possible, as long as I had money, and for as long as I wasn't kicked out, to do a book. So the thought process then was, okay, I'm going to do a book. What's the book going to be about? And the themes evolved as I progressed and matured as a photographer. I mean, initially it was just going to be, you know, a book of pictures, and I'd kind of work out the idea later. But the more pictures I had, so I mean, I made a note here saying, what was it? Yeah, so intention leads to images, and images lead to intention. So, you know, you get yourself certain images and you look at them and you think, okay, I've got these images, what are they about? And they don't really sort of form anything initially because you haven't got enough good ones. And then you'll see an image and you think, okay, that's good, but I could get a better one of that type of scene. So then you go back to a certain area or a certain protest or whatever, and you look for different things. And it kind of gradually came together. And it also came together because I started to understand more about the country. I joined Twitter. I followed pretty much all the foreign or English-speaking journalists. I read a lot of articles, started to understand the country more, started to understand the issues, the imagery, the themes, the symbols, and I started hunting for that. And then as I became more aware of the politics, I realized that the book was kind of, in a way, about Erdogan himself and the Turkey that he'd created, because he'd been in power for a hell of a long time. And that also motivated me very strongly because, you know, for me, I'm not the type of person that can just go around and take photos for the hell of it, you know, without any purpose. When I was in Japan, what motivated me to take pictures, as I think I may have mentioned, was kind of, in a way, narcissism, wanting to get into the hardcore street photography pool and get a name for myself as a photographer. And it was also driven by, you know, frustration with the country to a degree, and loneliness and a bit of anger and that type of thing. But so yeah, it was a very fluid, evolving kind of process. But it certainly wasn't something that was mapped out from the start. Everything changed as I changed and as I got more pictures.
Thank you.
Okay, yep, another picture, another picture, another picture. So this is the last of the first kind of section. So what I did is, you can see, you know, generally all on the right, and then this one's on the left. So that causes you to stop, yeah, because your eye is to the right of the page, obviously, because that's where the previous picture was. So I put one here just to stop things, and I wanted to calm it down a bit by having a calmer image. And then section 2, move to the right again. This is a nod to street photography. I mean, this is a bit contrived. One of the other things I was a bit obsessed with at the time was trees, because Gezi Park was all about, you know, cutting down trees and green space and what have you. And the notion of the eye was just really a couple of things. And there's a famous phrase in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. And also the notion of, you know, surveillance and what have you. So that was the kind of logic behind that. And this is the more fun section, by the way. So, you know, this is half fun picture, another fun picture, I guess, but with a touch of darkness. These are both pictures from a protest, but I think they're quite funny in some respects. and then it gets a bit darker here. But I didn't want to leave it like that, so I wanted to bring back the fun. I've got so many pictures like this of a foreground child. It's not such a thing in street photography, but it's so common in photojournalism that you find a nice background, you focus your camera for the background, and then you have an out of focus child in the foreground. Once you've seen a shot like this, you will see it everywhere. But I kind of like it. But I was very conscious that I couldn't have too many pictures like this in the book. So hopefully there's only maybe one or two of a foreground child. So you can see, you know, I'm trying to vary the distances, you know. So this is the kind of distance, the Tokyo distance, I would say, yeah. But then we're getting a bit further back, you know, further back. And then end of that section, another distance photo. Then it gets a bit tougher again. So just on this one, I thought long and hard about this because I've really tried to move away from street photography. And even though I wanted to have a, you know, as I mentioned, a kind of nod to my street photography, I wasn't too sure about including this, but I just thought, what the hell, you know, because what you do see in a lot of street photography books is kind of correlations between two images, and it can be a bit lazy. But yeah, I just thought, what the hell.
Charles, we have a couple of more questions, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for asking the questions, because otherwise I'll bore myself, you know, just talking all the time.
Sure. Thank you. So there is a question from Swarat. So you already touched on the title of the book in the beginning of the talk. Yeah. So the question is really how you nailed this title of the book, because Swarat says personally for him it is a struggle at times to find the right title. So is there any backstory, you know, apart from what you said previously?
Well, the backstory is just that I saw it everywhere. And, you know, initially I thought about this being the actual cover of the book, this particular shot. But yeah, I mean, I thought of many different titles until I saw this picture. And thought, yeah, that's good. So I was lucky that it just came to me, because I can't really think of a more appropriate title for the book. You know, it's kind of short. I think it's generally memorable. It's obviously, you know, more relevant for Turkish speakers. Yeah, and I obviously wanted a touch of Turkey in the title of the book, but I didn't want to sort of. I didn't want to use, like, you know, words from a poem or from a pop song or anything like that. So, yeah, I think it was just luck, really, that I stumbled across that shot, and I thought it sounded quite good, and it reflected one of my motivators for taking the pictures.
Thank you. Another question came from Jeff. You know, given the subject matter, were there any issues with your book from the Turkish side?
Do you mean the Turkish authorities, or speaking Turkish,
probably.
or? I mean, I guess it's probably from the Turkish authorities. I mean, I need to be careful about what I say, but yeah, there were many issues. I didn't have a press card. I'm not a journalist. I wasn't even a stringer. So, you know, because I was shooting film, right? You know, I would take my pictures and I wouldn't see them for sometimes 2 or 3 months. So I couldn't have been a photojournalist anyway. I'm not in an agency. I didn't have a fixer. A lot of the time, I would either be by myself or with a guy called Ozcan, sometimes with Jason Eskenazi, sometimes with other, Turkish established photographers for wire photographers. So if I was with someone else, it sometimes was easier. But yeah, I mean, most of the time I was by myself. And because I didn't have access to, a press card or the comfort of being in, an agency or anything, I took a hell of a lot of risks. And sometimes, I mean, this picture, for example, this is in an area called Suruç, which is on the Turkey-Syrian border. And again, I said I wouldn't talk about backstories, but the backstory to this was that these guys were all looking across the border to Syria. And at the time, they were looking into a place called Kobane. And ISIS was fighting the YPG, which is basically the Kurdish group that kind of ran Kobane. They were defending Kobane. And Erdogan wouldn't let the Kurdish people from Turkey go across the border to help out their brothers and sisters on the other side. And because this was a really high-risk area, the routes in were all blocked off by the police. So I tried to go in. Once I tried to go in with the BBC, but they wouldn't let me in because I didn't have a card. Another time I tried to go in by myself, and they wouldn't let me in. So I'd hired a car. So because this is really open, I just sort of basically did a U-turn and then sort of drove my car sort of through fields to get into the area. And if they'd found me, they might have deported me or whatever. So yeah, I mean, I can talk sort of offline to people about the trouble that I got into in Turkey, but yeah, it was difficult, and that's one of the things that I'm most proud of actually in terms of the book. That I wasn't invited anywhere. I managed to take these pictures kind of despite Turkey, So is that helpful?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. And what about common people? Was it easy for you to find common ground with the people you photograph?
Well, I mean, there's two types of pictures in this book, right? There's the street photography images, and then there's the kind of protest images, or what I'd call public event images, like a funeral or whatever. As a mass generalization, it's harder to go around flashing at strangers in Istanbul than it was in Japan. I mean, it's kind of a horrible generalization, but the Japanese are just such lovely people, and they're just not confrontational. Whereas in Turkey, people are almost the opposite. So that type of thing was harder. But when it comes to a protest or something that's very fast moving, it's very easy to take a picture up close with a flash, because people aren't concerned about photography when they're running away from the police or from tear gas. Yeah, so it depends on the situation, but generally, yeah. I mean, I've found the flash stuff harder to do. General street photography. I mean, if you go to Istanbul, I mean, you guys would have seen numerous pictures of Istanbul from great photographers, from Alex Webb to the current crop of contemporary street photographers. And there's certain places you can go where it's fine. Just avoid the flash, find the good lights, and just as Julia was mentioning, work the scene. So and Istanbul is a great place to shoot. When you go outside of Istanbul, it's obviously more difficult, because a lot of Turkish people, if you see people with a camera, they'll think you're a spy. I mean, the amount of times I was called ajan, which is spy, is incredible. So yeah, it just depends on the situation.
Sure, thank you. And the last question before we move on, Martin is asking what photo or what part of the project touched you most personally?
Oh, well, I'm getting to that, but I'll just show you now. This one. Now, it's by far not the best image in the book. It's just 3 cute kids that are holding hands. I think they're sisters, but these are all refugees. So I was in this place, Suruc, and there were thousands of refugees coming across from Syria. And I guess it just touches me because I like the half smile on the face of the girl in the middle. I like the kind of dirty white shirt of the girl on the left and the little bow. And I don't know, it's just, I don't have kids as well. And, you know, so when I see children, I don't have the view of a parent. I sort of have a longing to have children myself. You see what I mean? So I just felt terribly sorry for these children, these refugee children. Yeah. So that's probably it. But there's obviously pictures in the book that are better than this, are more complicated than this. But this is a shot I couldn't kill.
Thank you.
So I think we got to this one. So I had to have in, you know, a few pictures of people with headscarves on, because it wouldn't be reflective enough of Turkey if I didn't. So we're trying to quieten down a bit because we're building up to some quite hardcore pictures coming. So I wanted there to be a bit of a breather, hence the inclusion of this picture and this picture. And also with this one, you know, you see a lot of photographers, they take pictures of Istanbul in lovely light, in color. And it's quite, you know, these are balloons that you often see where people use a gun to shoot at the balloons. And people use that in the background of their pictures. And I just wanted something a bit different. So again, you know, not a fantastic photo, but I think it's important when you make a photo book to have quieter images for the purpose of the flow. I mean, something that Jason Eskenazi said to me, which was very helpful actually, was the importance of kind of listening to music. You know, if you think of music, it will be, you know, a lot of music anyway. It will be slower. It will build up to a crescendo, and then it will die down a little bit. So I kind of wanted it to go a bit like this. So I mean, one of the regrets I have is that I didn't take enough quiet pictures when I was there. And you know, as you'll see at the end, I got kicked out of Turkey, so I wasn't able to go back and take more quiet pictures, but I think it's okay. So again, this is one of the earlier pictures I took, you know, kind of street photography with the hand above the head. But for me, you know, I'd be quite happy if that hand wasn't there. I mean, it's more about the protagonist in the photo and what she might be looking at. And the fact one eye is larger than the other that interested me more than the hand above her head. So one of the other things in the Hikmet poem was about blood on the wrists. So I wanted to include this one. This is one of my favorite pictures in the book. Very lucky. I mean, I managed to actually, I mean, this guy was a hardcore nationalist, but he had so much tear gas in his face that he had no idea what was going on. And his 2 mates were so happy, well, not happy, but so focused on helping him out that I managed to take 3 pictures here, and I got lucky with this one. And then we're coming to the end. So I wanted to sort of close the book. So you can obviously see the parallels here with the sun through the tear gas and the the sun on the. I mean, this is a water cannon basically blasting water through the sun, and lots of police underneath. And then so we got 3 images with sunlight at the end. 1, 2, 3. Try and focus on something slightly more positive. And there you go. Typical way to end a photo book is with a nice still image for people to reflect on. And then what I wanted to do was just make sure that people had the same context that I did, so they knew what was happening at the time. It was a bit of a nod to Gilles Perez, Telex Iran, which, if people haven't seen it, I think is one of the best photo books ever made. And he did a timeline of his time in Iran. So I thought that would be a good thing to include. And then, just a typical end to a photo book, really, with the acknowledgements and the people that did it. I mean, big shout out to Loose Joints, fantastic, really fantastic designers. And the process was so straightforward with them, really. They basically came up with the font, which I love straight away. They came up with the design of the timeline. They gave me a couple of selections of paper. The thing that we discussed the most really was the paper to use for the cover. And then what I wanted to do, this isn't in the book. This is a slightly earlier version of the PDF. So I was thinking of having this at the back. But I don't think that works so well. And then I just found this text in the London Review of Books. It's just a chap. His name is Gaith Abdul Ahad, who wrote an article about the Gezi Park protests. I thought this was a nice way to end it, and that didn't go in there either. So that's it for the book. I really enjoyed making it. I didn't mention this. So if you can see in the timeline, at the end it says artist deported and banned from Turkey for reasons of national security. So that was obviously a big shame, because I left in the summer of 2015, and then a few months later there was a coup, or what many people think is a fake coup. But that would have been, in a way, an interesting way to finish the book if the coup had succeeded. But it didn't succeed. But I was quite disappointed because there were tanks on the street, and I'm sure I could have got, some pictures of that. Now, whether I would have used them or not, I don't know. But it was quite frustrating being in the UK and seeing various interesting images come out from Turkey. I mean, the other sad thing is that I couldn't go around and take more quiet pictures. But, it is what it is, as Donald Trump says. So yeah, that's it really. I'm happy to take more questions. I mean, the only other thing I would say is that, this book kind of reflects what I think is my development from street photography. I mean, I always found street photography to be incredibly difficult. Maybe it's because I was so obsessed, or I still am to a degree, but I was really obsessed with street photography. And I found it so hard to take an image that I thought was original and was in keeping with a particular style. And just thinking about it, in advance of the talk today, if you look at, say, Matt Stewart's work, he did a book, Life is All You Can Afford, or something like that I have. I think that was about over 10 years of work, and it's so hard street photography is so hard because you're relying on, juxtapositions and amazing things happening, almost before your eyes. Whereas the type of thing I was doing in Turkey, it was much easier in some respects, because even though it's very hard to take a good photo in a very fast-moving environment, you're presented image after image, and it's just a question of being able to get to the right place to take that image. So it's a question of being quick enough. Whereas street photography, I found, was either a question of being courageous enough, lucky enough, or patient enough. You know, and I kind of moved away from the, you know, without wishing to be disparaging, you know, lovely composed pictures of people doing nothing. That wasn't what I wanted to do. I didn't want to just go up and create images by a kind of confrontation with a flash anymore. So I was finding street photography a little bit limiting for me. But I wanted to use what I learned through street photography in terms of courage and composition and patience, you know, working the scene into you know, my photography in Turkey, and that's kind of where I think I am at the moment in terms of my, you know, my views on photography.
Thank you very much for sharing your photographs and your thoughts on photography. We have another question, actually relating to any other new photography projects that you might be working on. Are you working on anything else at the moment? I know you just published a book.
No, I'm a sort of, I live in quite a boring place in Essex, and I'm, you know, working from home. I'm a solicitor. I sort of help people buy and sell companies, and so, you know, I'm not really sure what I could do as a photographer. I mean, I could. One idea I had was to start going to fox hunts. That might be something that I think about if they can start up. But I would need to do some research into that, because I don't know if it's probably been done by photographers before. So I'd like to see how they've treated that subject. I mean, my dream, and the other thing is just money. I mean, if I was to do a project again, I wouldn't shoot film because I just can't afford it. So I'd have to think about what camera to buy, and I'd have to have the time. I mean, with the stuff in Turkey, I was lucky because I had some money from my time in Japan. I was able to basically shoot every single day. I didn't have a job in Turkey. As soon as something happened, almost anywhere in the country, I could get on a flight or get a car and go there. So for me, if I was to do something again, I would have to have the money behind me, or I would have to have something that's so good photographically, locally to me, you know, within sort of, you know, 50 miles or so, that would justify it. But I couldn't. I'm not a portrait person. I'm not really a landscape person. I'm not a people person, really. That's why I'm a photographer, but I like to take pictures of people. But I wouldn't be able to go to London every weekend and shoot street photography anymore. No, I mean, I'd have to have something that really, really motivates me, you know, probably politically. So whether that would be sort of fox hunting, or whether it would be, you know, another country. I mean, one dream I have is going to somewhere like Venezuela or somewhere in South America. So, you know, watch this space, but, you know, don't expect any sort of new work from me for a while. You know, if I come into any money or win the lottery, then the first thing I'll do is pack my bags and go shooting, I imagine. But at the moment, no, which is really sad, because, you know, for me, because photography has sort of been the one thing in my life I think that I've been half good at. So I'm itching to get out there, but I don't just want to do it for the sake of it. And I don't just want to create single images. You know, for me, I want to be working on projects or books, but I need to find something that motivates me.
Thank you. Sure. We are getting a couple of questions now on the book production and publishing. Could you please share something on how you found the design agency for the book, the publisher, and how did you finance the book?
How did I find?
Finance. So how did you
Well,
fund
I financed the book. Some of it was from my own money. Some of it was from pre-sales. I mean, I sold, I think, about 250 to 300 copies in advance. So that brought in some money. I had a bit of savings. I can't remember the details, but I guess the total cost was in the region of about 12 grand for, the scanning, the payment to the designer, the printer costs, the paper costs, etc. I can't remember how. The way I found the designer was I put something on Facebook saying happy to pay anyone 100 quid or something like that just to look through my photos and help me select 50 or whatever for the book. And one chap popped up called Barney Couch, really nice guy, and he sort of shared his CV with me. He obviously knew what he was talking about. And then when I went to see him to get some help with the sequencing and the editing, I asked him about a designer, and he mentioned Loose Joints. So I sent Loose Joints my PDF, and they said they'll be happy to do the design work for me. So they're not the publisher. They just produced the book. So they dealt with the paper supplies and the printers, etc., and designed it. And as I mentioned earlier, they were fantastic. Just they completely know what they're doing, and responsive, professional, and I recommend them very highly.
Thank you. Another question coming about whether you are planning to do an exhibition of your work.
Yeah, maybe, if people are sort of interested. I'm not really that much of a self-promoter anymore, and I'm quite, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess like many photographers, I'm quite sort of insecure about my work. So I guess the fear I have is that if I do an exhibition, no one's going to turn up. So I guess it's something I could consider, because I've got all the files all the files are drum scanned, so it probably wouldn't be too expensive to get nice prints done and to have a show somewhere. I mean, maybe if you guys want to show my work at a physical exhibition next year, that's something we could talk about if you like. But I mean, the other thing I did think about, I mean, people have asked me this before. I mean, I might see if there's a Kurdish cultural centre in London to show my pictures, and yeah, I might do it. I might try and do it in Turkey, but obviously I wouldn't be able to go there. So yeah, I mean, we can see. I mean, I'm not really too worried about or too concerned about that at the moment. I mean, it might be worth doing in 5 years when Erdogan's gone, and maybe I can go back to Turkey then. And I mean, the other thing is, I just think pictures get better with age. So maybe 5, 10, 15 years time might be a good time to have an exhibition, because they'll have a kind of nostalgic feel to the pictures. But yeah, thanks. I mean, it's definitely something worth considering. But I'm racked with artistic insecurity as much as anyone else.
I'm sure it will be very popular when you do it. Another thing that I'm sure many people are wondering about now is whether there are still any copies left of your book, and if so, whether where they can find them to purchase.
Oh, well, thank you. And just for the avoidance of doubt, that wasn't a planted question from me. There are copies available at Photo Bookstore Co UK, Charcoal Book Club, I think. Charcoal Book Club have bought some. Kominek, which is a bookstore in Berlin, have bought some. I need to be sending some out to Sentanta, which is another sort of online bookstore. There are some available with a print off my website, which is charles-kirk.com. Don't confuse me with the far right Turning Point chap in America. I have to keep some books back though, because of what's happened to the Postal Service in America. A lot of the books haven't yet that people have ordered and paid for haven't got through. So probably, in 2 or 3 weeks' time, I'll be contacting everyone saying, "Have you got my book yet?" And for those that haven't, I'll be sending out another copy of the book. So I've had to keep some back for that purpose. So yeah, there are a few available, not many, but yeah, you can get it from those sources or from me if you buy a print. And I'll send you one for free, Dmitry.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind.
Just remind me though.
I'm sure I will. Thank you. And the final thing, any final thoughts from you? Anything you wanted to say before we wrap up?
Well, not really. I say not really. I probably will talk for a few minutes now, though. But firstly, thanks to you guys for hosting this, especially during very difficult times. It's a real shame that this isn't sort of an in-person talk. I would love to be meeting people in person and seeing the work of other photographers and having a few drinks with people and telling the secret stories that I can't mention here. I would say to anyone that's watching this that's starting out on their street photography journey that it's a great pursuit, something that I've really loved, something that's really helped me develop as a person and to understand myself better. It's a great creative outlet. If anyone wants advice, my advice is just consume photography, look at good photos, don't be obsessed with likes and stuff like that, just try and find your own style and try and find out what really motivates you beyond narcissism and getting comfort from people saying that photo's good. Try and develop some meaning to your pictures if you can, and that's it. And just maximum respect to everyone else that you've got on here as well. I didn't catch all of Julia and BB's talks earlier, but I listened to some of it and they were great. And it's Chris next, isn't it?
Yes, correct. Yep.
And for those that don't know Chris's work, he's a brilliant photographer, and he really shows how street photography and a different type of photography can kind of merge together. So, and as for tomorrow, tune in tomorrow, guys, and have a good weekend.
Thank you very much, Charles. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We will be back shortly with our last talk with Chris Suspect.
to mislead. This is all you need. Be your everything, yeah, I'll be your everything. Still too soon to feel. Please just say it's real. More than just a thrill, not just in it for the thrill. I'm in it for the love, cause love it needs to touch it. You're pressing on my buttons, babe, let me tell you something. I'm in it for the love, cause love it needs to touch it. You're pressing on my buttons, babe, let me tell you something. I'm in it for the love. 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 streets. You said it would be alright. I tried to stop you asking why. You started out to face it. My heart went off like crazy. You placed your arms on my head. We fell into my small bed. You started out to face it. My heart went off like crazy. I felt the breath was taken. We were about to make it.
And we're back in the room, but this day's gone incredibly quick. I don't know how you feel, but all these months of planning and, hey, at the end of day one. And we're very pleased to announce that our next speaker is Chris Suspect, a very well-known photographer. You might have known him, and he's here to talk about no less than 4 books that he's been working on or working on this year. So, can you hear us, Chris?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Chris. Yeah, I think we just need to sort out what we're seeing. There you are. There you are. In your lovely American home. Whereabouts in the States are you?
I'm coming to you from Hyattsville, Maryland. Here, let's center myself in that screen. There we go. Hyattsville, Maryland. Sitting on my front porch right now. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. So we're going to let you dive right into it because I'm sure you've got a lot to talk about with these projects. It sounds really interesting. And guys watching at home or wherever you might be watching from, do feel free to ask questions and we can roll those out to Chris as we go on. So over to you, Chris.
Yes, so thank you guys. You've been doing an awesome job so far. I've really enjoyed all the talks so far. Julia and Charles and BB, they've been great. And I'm here today to talk about this crazy idea, New Year's resolution I had at the beginning of the year, which was to publish 4 books. So let me advance my slide here. So these are the books I plan on doing this year. 3 of them are already out. I actually have the physical copies here. This is gratuity included. This is the first one that came out. Second one, which came out around June, was Leather Boys. And then this, which arrived just yesterday, is Old Customs. And then the fourth book, which will be called Revolution Rock and Roll, will be coming out in December, and I'm just about to begin work on that. So I wanted to just talk a little bit about, why, and some of the pros and cons of this ambitious project. So first off, it's been a long time since I've actually had a book published. My first one was called Suspect Device, which came out in 2014, and that one was about punk rock in the DC, Baltimore area, punk rock and hardcore bands and people in the scene in general, which I shot for like 4 years. And that was published as a book by a company called Empty Stretch, who I don't think are around anymore. So it's been a while. When I published that book actually kind of took me all around the world. I had an exhibit in Germany, exhibit in Tbilisi, Georgia. There's part of other smaller group shows all over the place. And it was really kind of like a springboard for me. And then since then, I've been wanting to publish something, and I've approached several publishers, but I didn't realize how good I had it when with Empty Stretch, because they wound up paying for everything, which was really nice, and that's kind of unheard of in photo book world. So a lot of other people that a lot of other publishers that have approached me and said, hey, we'd like to do a book with you. You know, can you do a Kickstarter? Can you raise, $20,000, $35,000? And that's just something I wasn't interested in. The other thing is that, having a book, it's tangible, and I really like photo books. It's probably my favorite medium to consume photographs. And I just, and for me, it's important for me to have, my photos in a tangible format that you can feel and touch and flip through, where everything is together and everything makes sense, at least to me and hopefully to the viewer of the book. I also found out it's cheaper to publish your own book, and you can do a really good job. As I mentioned, I've been approached by several photo book companies, publishers, and they always want you to raise money, and they tell you, it's going to cost like $70,000 to do 1,000 books, or 20,000, or 35,000, and then the onus then kind of gets put onto you to raise that money and to go kind of bug your friends, your audience, and have them contribute to a Kickstarter, or try to get grants. So it's a lot of work involved, and then when you do the research into what it takes to actually print a book, it turns out it doesn't cost $70,000 or $20,000 or whatever you've been told. So all of a sudden it becomes, hey, it's easier for me to just spend the money up front and make a nice book, and then hopefully sell it to make the money back. Also one of the pros of doing it yourself is that you're a one-man band, so you make all the decisions for yourself. You don't really have to rely on anybody else. So then some of the cons in this whole process was doing the research, finding a publisher who can a printer that you can to work with. I wanted to do some special things with the first editions of all of these books, and that was sort of tough. Here, I'll show you. So gratuity included. This is the first edition right here. You can see it has this. Here we're going full screen now. So here's the book. It has this kind of see-through plastic cover on it that you can see through. And that was really hard to find someone who could do a book jacket like that, let alone insert those, these plastic sheets into the book itself, which are, its own page. So that was kind of challenging. You had to do like a lot of research, and fortunately, I found some great folks in Minneapolis who could do that. But it took a while, and also requesting samples. So that's, one of the cons. There's also a learning curve. I had to get really fluent with InDesign and how to prepare a book layout for print. And there's a couple like tips and tricks that you need to know to get it to print exactly how you want. But any good printer has a team on their end that'll, kind of guide you a little bit through that process. I mean, they won't hold your hand entirely, but if you have a question, they'll help you out. Another con, though, is distribution. So if you have a publisher will ideally have a distribution network, whether that's, in stores, or online through online distributors. So, one of the cons is that, I'm my own distribution network. So I'd be selling everything through my website. And if it wasn't for COVID-19, I would probably be pitching it to some bookstores where people could actually go in and, buy a book. But that's not really happening right now. So really everything is just being sold online through social media. And then also a con, like a pro, being a one-man band is means it's all like, on you. You're, for me, I'm doing the shipping, the stuffing, the mailing, all those little details. So what I want to do now is go into each of these books and discuss each one like a little bit. So this is Gratuity Included. I already showed you what the physical copy looks like. This came out on March 15th. I've timed each of these things to kind of come out quarterly. And Gratuity Included is actually work from, roughly 7-8 years of shooting. And the whole book is sort of laid out like a bad trip, like an Alice in Wonderland kind of thing. They're essentially kind of just a collection of crazy party photos that I've taken, all over the world, really, places that I've traveled or been from Washington D.C. where I live, or different cities in America that I've traveled to. And they all just kind of seem to make sense together. So this is the cover. I just showed it to you and how the red film book jacket wraparound works. It's really, everything in the book is black and white. And by the way, like second editions don't have these special features. So I've already sold out of Gratuity Included. So the second edition cover looks like what you see here on the right. A little bit of info about some of the page spreads. I also showed you how the red film kind of, you can see through it and then you can flip it over and see the picture. Where the red film inserts come in is where different photo sequences are in the book. And this is sort of a pattern I've followed so far through all 3 books that I've done so far. And I've also designed these books. I shoot a lot in portrait style as well. So I have, the book layout is primarily focused on portrait style. And the sizes of the images can vary. What you see on the left is what's called a double truck. And then on the right, we have a full page image, and then we have a smaller image on the right. So I basically kind of come up with a layout that I can sort of a template where I can have different sizes and see how photos work together when I'm building the spreads. Here's some more page spreads, and this is just showing you some of the different sizes of how I have them kind of in the book. And then I figured I would show a couple of the images from the book, maybe give a little more info on them. This is actually one of my favorite images in the book, and it's the man who wet himself. I'm not sure if he actually spilled beer on himself or what have you, but I thought it was kind of an amusing photo that fits the feel and theme of Gratuity Included. Here's another shot. I believe this might even be from the same night. I think this is in New York City, or it could be in New Orleans. I'm always, whenever I see a fight break out at night, I always try to get in the mix and get a good image of it. Here's a shot. This was taken in Miami, of all places. This is a woman with sticky notes on herself. I have no idea why that is the case. And then this guy came by in his motorized wheelchair with a woman on his lap, and I just, it all kind of came together in a very surreal way. I would say most of the photographs in Gratuity Included are like straight up kind of street photographs. Some come from events, but the idea is, basically everything I shoot is usually influenced through the language of street photography. So this wasn't, I would call street, but this was in a hotel room in Germany. This here is from a squat in Bogota, Colombia. This was a really interesting situation. I was there for work unrelated to photography. It was video work. I was working on a science documentary, and one of the evenings that we had free in Bogota, I was like, I wonder if there are any punk rock shows here. So I went on Facebook and kind of searched around, and I found a communist punk rock benefit show. And it's just like, what the hell, I'm going to go. So I took me and my coworker went, and it was really quite the experience. So as soon as we walked through the door, we were called like American terrorists, and we were really, felt to be unwelcomed. But we had brought a bunch of beer with us, so we wound up giving some of these harassers a beer, and then we all became friends. This is at the end of the night where a big fight broke out between some people, and it turned out to be a great photo, one of my favorite photos. This was from Denver, out on the street. There was some kind of rave, public rave in the middle of the street in Denver, Colorado. And I was just happened to be sitting next to this person with this baguette. And then this woman just came up and started doing this with the baguette, and, had to take that photo. This is also from Miami. Each year I go to the Miami Street Photography Festival, which is during Art Basel Week, and it's really quite a crazy scene. This is outside of a famous dive bar in South Beach, and this woman just basically walked out and collapsed. And I only had like one chance to get this shot, but it turned out I thought pretty amazing. Sort of reminds me of a Renaissance style painting with like Jesus being taken down from the cross. I really enjoyed this shot here. Another one from Miami, different year. I think in the book I pair this with something else to where it makes sense, where she has her hands in front of her eyes. Not sure what was going on when I took this, but she I don't think she was happy at the time. Oh, by the way, I have censored many of the photos in this presentation because I know it's going on YouTube. So this is from a friend's bachelor party. This is in a bus going down the highway, and it was actually an amazing thing to shoot. Bachelor parties are a lot of fun to shoot. This is from a pool in Miami. I saw this woman swimming in this kind of pool. It just seemed really weird, and I liked what she was, her head wrap or swim cap, if you will. So I thought this kind of came out as a nice street portrait, if you will. So I was on the edge of the pool looking down. This is from some art gallery exhibit that I stumbled to in New York City. New Orleans is an amazing place to shoot. I've been down there 3 times now, and it never ceases to amaze me, especially the Bourbon Street area. Most people who are from New Orleans hate Bourbon Street because that's where all the tourists go, but it's also where all the out-of-control people go, and people just cut loose. I'm assuming this was some dude's bachelor party where they're hanging blow-up dolls off the roof of their hotel. I should probably do my own little zine about New Orleans because I've got a lot of fun photos from there. And here's another shot recently from Miami. And just another random event party shot. I think this was from some band's record release show, Shark Week probably, in Washington D.C. I really just like the balloons and her open mouth. And then this one is also, this is in the book as well. This is a double truck. This is at my favorite bar in DC called Slash Run, and this is actually from a horror drag queen show. But it looks like such a brutal scene that I thought it fit in really quite well. And then the book closes with this. So as I said, it's sort of like this Alice in Wonderland kind of bad trip thing. And so if you actually flip through the pages, it's like, you know, like it's this kind of fever dream that happens. And then the book ends with this. And this was taken in Mexico. So that is Gratuity included, and it's done really well. A lot of people know me from that work. And then because I've been publishing it on Instagram for many years under the handle @gratuity_included. But the whole time I was taking those Gratuity included shots, that wasn't like a project intentionally. It's just stuff that I would like to photograph. And I, I kind of just started putting the photos together because they really seemed to they all had the same kind of vibe, and that's how that all came together. There was no intention to kind of create those photos. Those photos just kind of came to me out of situations that I was in. And so the next book that I published, which came out on June 15th, is called Leather Boys. And this is a real dive into the gay BDSM scene here in the Washington, D.C. area. And this whole project came about by pure accident. I was doing street photography in D.C., and it was like kind of late afternoon. I saw these two guys in leather chaps walking along, and it just, when you see that, that's like, hey, there's a photo here. So I decided to follow them because I wanted to kind of see if I could juxtapose them with something or have something else in the frame that would look really interesting. And I followed them to a hotel, and outside the hotel there were more people in leather and, strange outfits and things that I hadn't really seen before. So I decided to go into the hotel, and it was just insane. It was a big leather fest with people from all over the country, like a couple thousand people just in the lobby, hanging out, drinking, in various states of dress. And I had never kind of been in a situation like that. So for me, it was kind of shocking, to say the least. I took a couple photos and then left. And then I kind of did some research. I was like, what is going on here? And then I realized it's a yearly thing they have. And so I decided to kind of go back and shoot this. So the cover is similar to Gratuity Included. It has a blue vinyl plastic film book jacket. And when you take it off, everything's black and white. When I go into the second edition of this, it won't include the film jacket. Here are some of the page spreads. Similar to Gratuity Included, I have different size images within the layout. This is the beginning of a sequence on the left, and then here's an example of a double truck. And this book also includes gatefolds. So that's another one of the special things in the first edition, is that the pages will fold out. And this is an example of one of the gatefolds. Here's a different size of how images are paired on the left, and then another double truck. Another beginning to a sequence, and then a full page image, and then a smaller one on the right. Here's another gatefold. This one folds out to the left. I call this spread "Every Dog Deserves a Bone." It's kind of a crazy shot. Yeah. And so now I'm going to go into some of the images of this book. So this is something that I shot for like 6-7 years. There's 1 year that I missed, but this is the just to give you an idea of the scope of this environment. This is the lobby of the hotel, and only just part of it. I shot this at night using a flash, but it's just kind of this is the scene that I entered when I walked into the hotel at that one Saturday at like 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And there's lots of kind of crazy things that go on in this hotel. People like to be whipped in public. This is just in the corner of a ballroom where these two guys were kind of going to town with each other. And it wasn't easy. You can see all the whip marks on the guy's back. There was nothing forgiving about this kind of punishment. This is a gimp with a cigarette. This was taken outside of the hotel, outside of the front door. It's a man in a harness. This is in the lobby. This was from. If you have no context for this image, this is a crazy image. But just to give you a little bit, one of the events that they have is the Uniformed Man's Cocktail Hour, where people come dressed up as cops and policemen and firemen. And here you have a member of the hotel staff kind of walking through this scene with her hands clasped. Then you have like the gimp dog and the gimp Dalmatian in the bottom. This was what we did with our bandanas before COVID-19. This is some bandana fashion. Now we put them on our faces. This is an example of a latex vacuum bed. This is sort of it's where you kind of insert yourself into 2 films of latex, and then they suck the air out. And in this case, these guys had a hand, I guess a car buffer, something that waxes your car, an industrial one, and they were, using that to wax people while they were in the vacuum bed. And you have a breathing tube because you can't breathe at all. This one intrigued me a lot. Just this, not necessarily this photo, but this act of what these people do. So I actually I tried this out. It's very very crazy. Not sure if it's something I could get into myself normally, but I'd never seen this before. This is a master and his pup. This puppy thing is really quite large here in the United States. I've also seen references to this kind of thing in Europe as well. This is an example of some of the wares that they have at these leather festivals. This is a vendor with various phalluses here. I thought it was quite funny. I stood there for a while waiting for someone to actually touch one of these, and that's how I got this shot. It's another example of public flogging. This guy kind of mounted to a St. Andrew's cross. Little bit of humor here. In the hotel lobby, they have these advertisements going on, kind of rotating throughout on the TV, and here they're advertising potato chips and pretzels. $3. Eye candy is free. Portrait of a dog in the corner. It's like a trapped animal. I guess, you know, Charlie Kirk has his dogs, I have mine. Here's a rope tying session. I refer to this one where this cowboy has caught his steer. This is a little water break. This is another kind of detail shot. A long time ago, I think in Miami, I was having a dinner with Larry Fink, and we were sitting around the table, and everybody brought kind of, you know, small little 4x6s of their work, and this was actually in what I showed Larry Fink, and Larry Fink was quite taken with this image, so I was kind of very proud of that. So a little tribute to Deanna Arbus. So this was these two twins, 70-some years old, that are into the leather scene. So I asked them if they could get a shot of them together. And here we have another example of a master and his pup. They do this big event where they have all these this big puppy playpen where you'll have 50, 60, 70 puppies just kind of going crazy in this little area, doing everything from humping each other to playing with toys. It's really quite interesting. And here we got the Mr. Cuddle Monster here. I like these guys' beards. And so that is Leather Boys. Like I said, it's kind of 7 years of going to this Mid-Atlantic Leather Fest here in Washington, D.C. And it's actually one of my... That book is more like a sort of, I would call like a documentary style. Lots of photographs in there that are influenced by street photography. But it's what I would say primarily a documentary, where gratuity included is more street photography, but a little bit of conceptual design and how it's laid out.
So that was great, thank you. But we just got a couple of questions coming in. Sure. I think Thomas Hackenberg was actually sort of echoing what a question that I was going to ask. Basically, if I read his out, did you explain in any way what you were doing beforehand before entering the hotel, or did anyone refrain you from shooting? It's just sort of my wonder. I mean, obviously you've been back several years now, so you could have planned that more. But when you first encountered this, it sounds like you just followed a couple of guys and you just sort of found yourself in the midst of this celebration. Was it ever a point where you sort of had to? Did you have to leather up, or are these guys okay with you just being there and hanging out?
All right, a couple things about getting in and being able to shoot this. So I didn't necessarily have to leather up, but I did have to kind of do some research and no pun intended, bone up on the language in terms of clothing. There's certain things within that culture that I would not have known had I not, for the second year that I went back, that I brought a gay friend with me, who hadn't been either, but at least had more familiarity with this culture. So, the first time, like I said, when I walked in there, I just took a couple photos. I was really like a fish out of water, way out of my element. In fact, it was downright intimidating because a lot of these guys were, some of these guys are like big muscle guys. I mean, people were friendly, but I didn't. It just felt awkward with the camera. I was the only one there with a camera, so it wasn't like it just, I stayed for like maybe an hour and then left. But then I, worked up the nerve to come back. But then I asked a gay friend of mine to come with me because I just needed that support. And that was great because then all of a sudden, it allowed me to be a little bit more freer with my shooting. And, I had someone with me there that I could, talk with and stuff. And then, and it wound up actually, it became a lot less intimidating, and people were kind of, people were into it. No one really seemed to care. So it was kind of fun. And still, I think there might have been another person there with a camera, like some event photographer that was hired by the people that run it. And he was just doing those kind of portrait sort of like things where they grab people, you have them smile. Where I was just kind of shooting candidly. But then and then in terms of leathering up, one thing I realized is, if you put on a tank top, you're pretty much golden. And no one really questions you. So I've always kind of worn a tank top when I go in there and shoot, but I don't own any leather items. But now I know the person that runs the festival. Turns out he is. I met him before. He's a Leica enthusiast. He goes to the Leica store in DC, so he's a photography enthusiast. So, and he knows me, so he's like, "You got free reign to do whatever you want in there, Chris." So I've got that from the organizer, but I didn't really realize that until about year 3. So and then and over the years I've met some of these guys, and now people kind of know who I am and what I'm doing there. So that's it was just sort of a long, slow way to kind of work my way into that environment and be able to shoot freely, but that's how it came about.
Excellent, thank you very much. I think we'll let you go on to your next projects. We've got maybe a couple of more questions coming in, but quite sort of general, so we might pocket those for now, and we'll look forward to hearing about this next book.
All right, so this one is called Old Customs, and this it comes out September 15th, but I do have, they just came in, so I do have these right here. So, and I'm really proud of this one. This one's printed a little bit differently, done a little differently. I'll just, since I'm on video here, this one actually has like a paper cover, and I'm going to open it up. It has a naked woman on the cover, but the print is on the book jacket, and then it opens up like this. Just kind of this cool see-through thing, and the paper itself is all on really thick matte paper. So it's actually the thickest book I have, but it doesn't have the most pictures in it. Yeah, by the way, so Gratuity Included, I think, has 42 pictures. Leather Boys has 51. This one has 46. So this work comes out of me going to Romania for like the past 3 years, like 2017, 2018, and 2019. I got invited there by one of the members of the Bulb Photography Collective to give a workshop and a talk at a festival called VSLO, which is a photography festival in a small town called Vama Veche, which is on the Black Sea, right on the border with Bulgaria. And this town is like this rebel town, if you will. Vama Veche actually translates into Old Customs. And that Old Customs actually refers to like a border checkpoint, not a custom. But it was like a crazy place where, there's clothing is optional on the beach. It's like a nude beach. No one cares. There is the town has not been developed commercially because they've kind of refused that, where other resort areas in Romania along the Black Sea really look more like, well-developed commercial areas. Vama Veche has kind of refused commercialization. So there's really not many hotels. So most people that go there are in campgrounds and campers all around the space, the area. So it's kind of got this kind of Woodstock hippie vibe. And then they have like DJs on the beach that go kind of all night. So there's a little bit of Ibiza in there too. So it's kind of like a very free space. And when I got there to Romania, I actually grew up, I lived in Moscow like 75, 76, 77 when I was like 12 or 13 years old. And and it was such a miserable, cold, gray, dark experience for me. And it really made me wonder, knowing that the Romanian Revolution happened in 1989, like all these younger people that were at this photo festival, they were all like, had kind of grown up without knowing what communism was like, but they also had a, they were still kind of just coming out from under its shadow. So for me, I was wondering, like, I thought it would be kind of interesting to capture like this feeling of freedom, but being tethered to sort of like this history of Ceausescu and communism, and with Vama Veca being so free, just trying to capture what it must be like in terms of feeling. And so this book is really is about youth and freedom, but being tethered to your history. So this is the cover as I showed you, and these images, this image right here. So I took this. I during the process of creating this book, I was sitting in my kitchen here at home. And the song "I'll Be Your Mirror" by the Velvet Underground came on the radio, and I was like, that would be interesting to kind of. You always hear about the photographer, the photograph being the mirror of the photographer, but I was like, I wonder if I could turn that around on its head and actually put a mirror on someone's head. So I created this like mask, this mirror mask, which you could put on people's heads. And one of the things that I discovered when I was and I made this thing right before I went to Romania. So I brought it with me to see if I could try it out and see how it came out. And so one of the things I learned was that, as you're shooting someone, if the sun reflects into the mirror and hits the lens of your camera, it creates this kind of explosion. And when this happened, I was like, my God, man, I'm like turning people into gods and goddesses here. And in this case, this kind of reminds me of some of that old kind of Soviet-style propaganda posters in a way. So that's really kind of how that came about. And I got more of these kind of mirror things. They're sprinkled throughout the book, but I'll talk more about that. This is some of the page spreads here. Another case. So a lot of these, there are some street photos in this book. A lot of them are kind of conceptual set up photos to really kind of tie that the issue of youth and freedom being tied to history. And also each segment in the book is separated by these Romanian embroidery patterns, and these are something I researched on the internet. Most of these patterns are from like 1910, turn of the previous century. And what I did was kind of I just studied the pictures or whatever there were and recreated them in Illustrator to kind of create these sequences, these segments that can separate sequences. So this is another example of the mirror here, with the playing off the idea of who's the media, sort of a conceptual image. So this one actually, I decided I had like more horizontal than portrait photos, really. So I kind of worked with on how on extending images over the spine. As you can see here on the left, and on the right is a double truck. Another example of this is the end of a sequence on the left, and on the right is really a pairing of two photos. One of the things that I also did in making these other books, I realized, when you're opening them up, you kind of lose like the far right or left edge of the image, and how it goes into the spine part. So this time I kind of offset that with this white trim in the middle, and it turned out really nice. And you can see the page numbers are on the left or the right there, depending on which image you're looking at. And just more page spreads. There's a little bit more of a variety here in how I laid this out in terms of sizing. A little more creative. So as I'm going through this process, I'm learning different ways to kind of size and place images within the book. All right, so I'll talk a little bit about some of the images here. This is actually the opening image of this book. This is just kind of this nice graphic silhouette. This is essentially the door to nowhere. It's just this door to the beach there, but I thought it would be a nice kind of entryway into the book. And since I was really trying to, this is more about like capturing a feeling, I was kind of laying this book out sort of like a fairy tale, like how a fairy tale would go, kind of mysterious and non-linear. This is two people on the beach there. This is what's on them is mud. There's this mud from a nearby lake that has healing properties, and people like to coat themselves in the mud, and then they rinse off in the ocean. I thought this was a beautiful image of these two people. And one of the things, this is not really a street photography book, but these are some of the folks that I met at the photo festival. This is the beach in Vamaveke. This kind of couple making out. I think there's a heavy metal bar right behind me that blasts heavy metal music. But this is kind of just a scene of the environment. So it's like they have a downtown area to Vamaveke, which is basically just like what you see here. And then, if I go back, this is underneath these beautiful cliffs. The landscape is awesome. But it's a sort of a hard place to do what I would say is street photography, because you really have like the beach strip and maybe, in a small town area that really has just one street. So which is why when I was interested in this whole idea of like youth and freedom, and not having the experience of communism, being the first generation, which is why I had to get a little bit creative in how I shot this project by doing portraiture and some conceptual images and kind of mixing them in with street. I love the color in this. Dmitry, this reminds me a little bit of some of your color style that I've seen. This is just something that happened along on the beach, and just couldn't pass this up. It's another kind of silhouette. This is an example of the beach. This is looking out from a beach bar called Playa de Carte. This is sort of on the outskirts of town. Here we have a rooster. I really like the splashes of red here. Most people know me for my black and white photography, so I thought it would be really nice to have a book that also kind of highlights what I do in color as well. This is a woman kind of traversing these rocks in sort of the nude beach area, and these are underneath these amazing cliffs. It's just a fun towel scene that I happened along. Sometimes like this was one of those perfect like kind of like street photography moments, right? And the thing was this guy was like passed out and just he didn't move. So I spent a lot of probably too much time trying to get the perfect photo out of this. And after, I took like maybe 15 frames trying to figure out how to do this. And of course, I just used the first one that I shot. That's usually how it goes with me. So if I try to work a scene, it's usually the first image. If it's kind of a static scene like this. It's another kind of conceptual image. This is on top of one of the cliffs overlooking the Black Sea. It is so beautiful there. In fact, if this festival was happening in real life in London, I would be in London now because I'd be coming straight from Romania. This is a gentleman looking down from the cliffs. This is at sunset. It's kind of a basic but really nice graphic image. I have no idea what was going on here with the headdress. And I tried to talk to that guy after I took the photo because to me it says American Indian. So I was like, I know in Germany there's a lot of people are very fond of American Indians. I didn't know that was the case in Romania, but we couldn't really understand each other. So I really don't know what he was doing. But anyway, that's the shot. And then this hand coming in from the right, this is part of the edge of this outdoor restaurant that's awesome called Churhana, where they cook fish fresh out of the Black Sea. The boat in the right corner there actually goes out every morning at like 5 a.m. to bring in the fish. Another lucky shot here on the beach. I really love putting balloons and balls and things obscuring people's heads. So this was like magic. This is also probably the most fun I had in terms of swimming in the ocean. The ocean was the waves were really kicking that day. And I actually, after I took this shot, I felt really happy with myself. And I was like, I'm going swimming. So I asked this old Romanian couple to hold my camera bag, and then I dove and went swimming for about 40 minutes, and then got my camera back and went back shooting. They have some trampolines out on the beach. This is perhaps one of the craziest photos I've ever taken in my life. This is on the outskirts of Vamaveke. These swans that you see on the right were just hanging out by this house. They look like kind of paddle boat swans, but I just knew that was really surreal looking, and I thought this would be a good place to do one of these mirror models. And the mirror thing, I referenced kind of Soviet propaganda files. But one of the things I also learned when I was there, when I was sharing the work, was this Romanian friend of mine said, these also look like these nymphs or fairies in Romanian lore called the Senziel. And it's basically these nymphs that appear in meadows and fields with like golden flowers in their hair. And when they sing, gold pours forth from their mouths. And they're really a sign of good luck, and they're supposed to increase your agricultural output, build strong marriages, help with fertility, that kind of thing. So there's kind of this mystical or mythological kind of thing that also ties in with this. And it just so happened, the bonus of this paraglider on the left that was just going in the background, it was really quite amazing. And that's it for Old Customs. And so that one's actually, I have pre-sales going on now on my website. And actually one of the things about doing these books as well is that with my first book, Suspect Device, it sold pretty well. We did a second printing of it, but the publisher was like, I just want limited edition. And they were really reluctant to, print extra copies. And I wound up like going to, I had a big exhibit in Germany at Photokina of that work on behalf of Leica. and I had no books to sell because it was just kind of a real bummer. So one of the things is I don't ever want to be put in that position again of not having a book available. I also don't like it when I want to see someone's work and I can't find the book. I understand the value of limited editions, which is why the first pressing of all of these are limited editions. But the subsequent ones, I just want to have available for people who want to look at my work. I think that's important. So, do you guys have a question or anything, or should I keep going?
Here, thanks for sharing that project. That was such a it felt like quite a departure. So, it'd be quite interesting to talk about that. But I think Dmitry's got a question for you.
Yeah, and related to what you just said. So great, first of all, great work, Chris. So the question is, yes, as Joe mentioned, this project, this book, is very different in terms of the mood, the approach, the style from some of the previous projects that you completed, including the 2 books that you showed beforehand. So how did you switch the mode, to be able to produce something, a body of work which is so different from the work that you produced previously?
So here's so I started off doing primarily color photography, street color photography, back in like 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013. It's really how I kind of like cut my teeth, and it's also how I got to be known a little bit. I entered I was like a finalist in a couple street photography competitions back in the day. And people knew me for that. But the whole time I was doing that, I was also going at night, shooting like punk bands and punk shows and things of that nature. And for that, I was using flash. And what I realized was, at night, I can't really see color that well. So I don't really consider color when I'm shooting at night. And so I'm really, in those instances, I'm looking more for kind of either, relationships between people, gestures, action, that sort of thing. But the color stuff that I was doing, I was more, color is another interesting, it throws a whole new wrinkle on taking a photo, because all of a sudden you have to consider colors and how they fit in with that whole color palette of an image. So, when I shoot in daylight, I always shoot in color, never really black and white. So that's kind of like the difference in approach. And also, in daytime, I can be, outside, and, you can be a little bit farther away. You can, take your time a little more. Unlike at night, when I feel compelled to like capture a gesture or a person's look or reaction or whatever it might be, at night it's more about kind of the people and the relationship they have with each other and what's going on. For me during the day, it's all about kind of the scene and all the other elements that are happening. I mean, I always consider it very important to be cognizant of like every corner of your frame when you're shooting, to try to always have some sort of little bit of information in it. So that's kind of consistent between those approaches. So, but I have a lot of other color work as well. One of the things Charlie referenced this a little bit about, it's just pure street photography. To pull together a street photography book that's kind of cohesive and really strong. It takes about like 20 years of work to do something really, just purely as a street photography book. So I have a lot of shots of Washington, D.C. street photography over the years, that I've shared here and there. So maybe at some point I'll go back to that. But, Romania just was like, it was so beautiful there. The color was amazing. And so, that's why I kept it that way.
Thank you.
Excellent. So shall we let you continue? So this is an upcoming project yet to be published.
Yeah, and I'm just going to show a couple images from this. This one actually will fit in more with Leather Boys and Gratuity included. The interesting thing about this one, I'm still debating it, is these are all photos that come from one night. One night in Philadelphia. I got hired to shoot a video for a band that they wanted me to do the video in the style of my photography. And they wanted kind of this kind of crazy, they wanted the photos to look like what you saw in Gratuity Included and Leather Boys. And they wanted it to be, in their words, sex positive, body positive. They're very cognizant of that. So I had a couple challenges. It's like, how do I actually make a music video that looks like my photos, and how do I do all of this, in a night? So what we decided to do, so what I did technically was I mounted a GoPro on top of my Leica with a dual hot shoe, so I could shoot a flash and film it kind of through my point of view as someone taking a photo. So I kind of created this weird rig, and then I also did this weird LED light thing around the GoPro, so I could have some light with that as well. And then they played a show at a place in Philly called the Trocadero, and what we decided to do was, why don't we, I'll shoot the show, but let's get like a hotel suite and just throw a crazy, invite everybody back from the show to the hotel and just have a straight up crazy party. And then I also thought, what would be interesting to loosen people up was bought like a lot of liquor. So we stocked the hotel room with that. And then I also bought some props. So I bought like a blow-up doll, some balloons, some kind of confetti stuff, all kinds of just silly stuff, and figured this should get people loose and, in the mood to party. A lot of liquor, a lot of fun props. So basically, we shot, it was one night of amazing photography, and I thought it would be really kind of, and one of the things we talked about when the video came out was, we thought it would be nice to kind of pair it with like a zine or something based off of that night experience, because a lot of the images came out really great. But that never kind of materialized. The video went on to do extremely well. It was like featured in Spin magazine and Rolling Stone and places like that. So, but my idea is kind of to do what we originally thought of, like a zine thing, and to kind of make a book project out of this. One of the challenges that I realized when I was doing this presentation is, because we shot this for video, everything is landscape and I have no portrait photos in it. So that's going to create another challenge for me. But anyway, this is still a work in progress, but these are some of the shots from the night. This is the band playing. That's Adam, the singer. The band's called Low Cut Connie, by the way. This is back in the hotel room. One of the things we had to do was blow up the balloons. So here, to the folks that were involved in the video, I had them blowing up balloons, and they were both doing it at the same time. So I got this shot here. This is a little bit later in the wee hours of the morning when things were settling down. This, I believe, was before we went out to the show. Yeah, everybody was kind of like, some people were staying in this hotel room. They're like, yeah, just shoot whatever. So they were just getting ready. This is the scene of the audience at the show. It's more hijinks in the hotel room. This is more hijinks. So yeah, it was, I mean, having a lot of alcohol and then this blow-up doll, which we haven't seen yet, but you will see. Just people got really loose and wild, and it was really kind of fun. It was a very magical night. Here's the blow-up doll. The blow-up doll became known as Derek. That was his name. Another shot from the show. We ordered pizza at one point, and we all thought this would be a fun photograph to make. Some more hotel room hijinks. Here's one of the kind of streamer sort of things. This actually became the album cover for the record. The record, of course, is called Dirty Pictures. Some more hotel room stuff here. So as you can see, this is sort of a crazy night, and I thought it'd be nice to kind of encapsulate it in book form and have a foreword written by Adam about how this kind of came about, some of the ideas for the shoot, and then also include a download card for people can download the music from the record. So it's sort of a multimedia presentation. But anyway, we're still working on this and still kind of shaking stuff out. But this is where I'm headed for the book, and it sort of brings it a little full circle with all of these books in a way, and it kind of goes back, because this one's also music focused, and I do a lot of music photography, so it's going to have some of that in there. So I'm kind of looking forward to that, and I'm thinking this one will have a purple film cover as well. So basically, that is that's what I have for you guys. And I have some FAQs I can go through, or we can jump into some questions.
I love the FAQ that you already have on here. Could we go back to the slide? If you keep our mics live, guys, can we have a look at Chris's slide here? How much does it cost? How much cost? These are some pretty frank questions. Do you make money? Anticipate.
That's why I get these questions all the time. That's why.
How long does it take? Well, it'd be great to dive into a couple of things. So, how much does it cost to make a book? So you talk about your limited run, and then sort of a commonly available run. Presumably, that's two different factors that you're considering in the cost of making these.
Yeah.
Maybe talk a little bit about that. So presumably, it's more expensive to make the limited editions as well.
Yeah, so I have to say, so like when I make, so each of these books are in an edition of 150. And what I like to do is kind of save 5 for myself, and then I will designate another 5 for people that may have helped me with maybe a little bit of the photo sequencing or editing, whoever I kind of worked with along the way. And then I save like 20 for media, or reviews, if people want to do a review of the book and want to do a physical copy, a review of the physical copy. And then I, pretty much try to sell, and of those I have some kind of extra that I can sell in person, was the idea. So when I travel to, let's say, a photo festival, I was hoping to be in London, right, and have some physical copies of the books for sale. And then I sell 120 of them online. So, the first editions are not cheap. These kind of plastic covers are not cheap at all. Doing things like gatefold spreads, or, printing gold on top of, this kind of translucent paper jacket costs some money. So basically, I essentially break even when I get to about selling 100 books. So this is not really about the money. The goal is not to lose money, of course. But if I sell 100 books, I'm basically have broken even. I try to do it at at an accessible price point, because I do put a lot of there's nothing cheap about any of this that I've made. So it's really, everything is like super high quality. In fact, the printer that I use is the same printer book printer that Richard Avedon that was used for Richard Avedon's books. The Gagosian Gallery in New York uses them for their catalog. So I do put a lot of effort into the quality. So basically, that goes into the next FAQ. Do I make money? The answer is yes, I do make money when it basically goes into its second edition. So that's and that money, basically, when I make that money back, it goes into funding the next book. But I didn't get into photography to make money at all. Money is important. I like money. I have no problem with money, but it's not the driving factor for, why I'm putting out books or why I'm, I do have to say too, why, 4 books in a year is kind of crazy. I am glad, I have the work, after 12 years of shooting, I have all these different bodies of work that I've been wanting to do something with. And I couldn't think of a better time than COVID-19, when it's a little bit more difficult to go out and shoot and less people are out and about. So it's really given me something to do. It's really been kind of life-saving for me, so I can stay safe in my pod working on photo editing and books, and not put myself in any kind of danger. So it's really been sort of a blessing in disguise that I have the time to do this during COVID-19.
That's interesting. So one question that's leaping out of me here is that what has been your worst mistake? I'm surprised people commonly, commonly ask that. But yeah,
going back to the worst mistake so far that I've done in this process is how I priced my books for shipping. I for Leather Boys, I price, so in the United States, they do it by weight. And if you're shipping something to Europe that is under a half a pound, it's like $14.50. But the moment it goes above a half a pound, it becomes $22, which is crazy. But that's just the way it is. However, I priced Leather Boys for shipping in all the pre-sales at the same rate I priced gratuity included. Gratuity included weighed, less than half a pound, just under 8 ounces. But Leather Boys has more photos in it, and it just is right over that edge. So basically, I charged the wrong shipping for all of the pre-orders, and basically it costs me money to send all the Leather Boys books to Europe. So that was one of the worst mistakes, and that was several hundreds of dollars in shipping costs that I had to eat because of that. So, but now I've figured out how to do shipping by weight with my hosting or my website provider, Squarespace. So now I'll put my book on a scale, and then I'll have the rough accurate shipping. That's been the worst mistake that I've made so far.
That is surprising, that just that tip. Yeah, I wondered why that comic I wanted to buy from eBay was so expensive to get from the United States. It was weird. That's a completely different subject. But I was after this one comic that's a very small thing, and it costs like 20 quid to get over here, but the comic costs £2.50. So I just couldn't buy it. Anyway,
yeah, it's kind of crazy. I mean, I don't know any other way around it. I mean, some people will add the cost of shipping into the price of the book, right? So I guess it's psychological. Like, let's say if my book costs $45 and I charged like $5 for shipping, then people would feel, oh, that's great about the shipping. So I don't know. It's just kind of the reality of just the postal service here. If anyone has any ideas out there on how to get cheaper shipping, let me know. But I've kind of looked at many ways.
So one of the others I was quite interested in was, do you work with other people? I know you mentioned that you work with the same publisher for quite a while now. Is there anyone else that you sort of go to in your process to help you edit these images, help you sequence them, or place them in designs, etc.?
Yeah, so I I usually I consult with several friends. Two folks that I've worked with quite a lot has been Andy Kokonowski, who's the guy, one of the founders of Burn My Eye. He's a good friend of mine. So I'll usually work with Andy on some of the layout and sequencing stuff. I'll come up with a something that I like, and he'll look at it and point out some things. But we're primarily, what I usually come up with initially is fairly strong, and it's just nice to get some other educated eyes on it. I have another friend, Steve Goldenberg, that does another, that looks at it as well. When I did Old Customs, I also had, and I think she's in the chat here, Sophia Sebastian actually helped a little bit with the sequencing and some of the images in Old Customs as well. So I've worked with her, but primarily those are the three people that I've worked with, other than the printer that I have. The other nice thing, the printer is awesome, and they'll do anything that you want as long as you pay for it. So I've stuck with the printer for consistency, and that, all of the books are the same size. One of the things I'm toying with is at the end of the year, creating a box that they all can kind of fit into, and then selling special edition box sets. Which is why they're all the same size.
Excellent. Yeah, I quite like that consistency of them all being the same size, so you'll know they're all the Chris suspects on your shelf.
Well, it's like BB's Tiny Moments in a way, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a good consistent format.
Yes.
So.
Thank you very much, Chris. We really enjoyed your presentation, all of the different books you showed us. So thank you very much again for being part of the London Street Photography Festival, even if remotely this year. And hopefully you have a chance to visit the festival for the offline edition whenever it happens, and bring some books to our bookstore.
Yeah.
So wrapping up for tonight, we will be looking forward for you guys joining us for our first session tomorrow morning. Well, noon time actually. For some people it's morning probably.
Who knows where they're tuning in from? We've got
exactly.
all over the
Yeah.
world.
So the first session tomorrow is at 12 London time, and it will be with a very well-known photographer, Vinit Vohra. So please tune in tomorrow. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, and thank you again, Chris. Bye.